Alright, looks like we're live. What's going on, everybody? Did you see Plant-Based News' video about me? Oh, they just mentioned the documentary.
Hey VG, how are you feeling tonight, mate?
Really bad. Trying my best to stay positive, but I'm feeling pretty bad right now. Thanks for the donation though, Farce. I am going to consume a lot of coffee and a lot of nicotine tonight. I can guarantee you.
Hello, you.
Let's see. This seems interesting.
Hello, you absolute legends. Just over 2 weeks ago, I released a video covering the Open Hand Foundation, the charity organization that was created by the YouTuber The Completionist and his family. I outlined how in 10 years of operation, the Open Hand Foundation has not contributed a single dollar of the money that it has received from the public, despite the fact The Completionist, named Gerard Khalil, has been.
Wake up, filthy donators. React to this, please, if you can. Master reacts to your Hamza Ahmed video. Genetic beast. Oh god.
Alright friends, it's T and I'm back with another video, and I want to do a review of this video by a vegan slave. You know this guy, Vegan Gains, yeah, it's a vegan slave. He's a slave to the vegan diet, which is not your natural diet in nature, because he's so untouched with nature. That vegan slave is a slave to the vegan diet, which is a man-made diet.
Right, like your man-made computer and man-made YouTube that you're using right now.
It is a behavior. You understand me? Anyways, this is not what it's about. It's about him. Now look at this picture of him and Hamza here. Now you see vegan slave
Bitch.
Thank you for that, Cat Daddy. Appreciate the donation.
here. He's trying to show his body and show him compared to Hamza.
Oh, there's a new God of War DLC on December 10th. Sick. I might get that if it's good.
Now obviously Hamza most likely is not as tall. His frame is not going to be as big as tall as Vegan Slave, because Vegan Slave is slightly bigger, taller than him, right? I think. I don't know. I can't tell.
I think Hamza said he's 6 foot. I'm 6'3", so he's like maybe a couple inches shorter than me.
Tell you for sure. But as far as I know, Hamza really is not really a workout guy, but he kind of started working out, and he said he went on a carnivore diet, so he hasn't been working out that long.
Think he's been training since his mid-teens, and he's 23 or 24 right now.
Now this guy he eats a carnivore diet, and a vegan slave eats a carbohydrate diet, an artificial diet, a non-human artificial diet. So he eats a lot of artificial food, but I doubt it. I think he still eats some animal products, because he's like Blaha, liar. They all get caught eventually.
Not eating any animal products.
Because it's not self-sustainable, man. The toxins.
Thanks for the membership, Vega George. Ben donated $2. Turkey Tom gives advice to depressed people. Alright, we'll maybe react to that later. Thanks for the donation, dude.
The oxalates, the sugar, and the fact that it's nutrient deficient, man. You'd run out of your nutrient stores, and you just fall apart. Like,
well, don't think I'll be running out of nutrients anytime soon. I think I'm good on the nutrients right now.
The vegan compilation in my community section, check it out. You'll see all these vegans falling apart. Oh, I didn't think I would be making this video. My hair is falling out, nails, this, that. And then they all turn carnivore right away. So yeah, it's a known fact. These things happen. But anyways, he wants to do a comparison. Okay, let's see. Let's review this video.
Hi VG. Happy Hanukkah. I'm not Jewish, but I figured I'd say it lol. Also, Did you know that it's Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day?
I did not know that. That is a menorah. Is there like a post that I'm supposed to read here? Never mind. Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day. Well, that's great. I totally forgot that Christmas and shit is coming up. I don't celebrate, so it's not on my mind. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
A vegan slave, him versus this Hamza, a carnivore. It's not carnivore, it's your natural diet, which can beat anything that is unnatural, even in a debate against something that is unnatural called vegan diet. That's why Severage destroys this guy every time when he sees him. And he's just like a little puppet in the background going, yeah, oh. He can't do anything against Severage. All right, let's review this.
Hi, everyone.
He doesn't even pronounce his name properly. Sverige has been ducking me for a debate for a long time now. Part of the reason is because I exposed him for committing that mass stabbing, and he didn't like that. He also knows he loses each time he debates me, so he's just given up on the whole debate idea.
So I'm sure most of you don't know who Hamza Ahmed is, and that's because most of you aren't 15 and insecure and dumb. But
Yeah, I would agree. His channel is all about insecurity, this, that, whatever. I really don't even give a shit what he's doing. He's obviously doing for likes and subscribes because there's so many slaves that are out there, just like the vegan community, slave community.
he runs a YouTube channel that focuses on male self-improvement, which is a little paradoxical because especially recently, he's been promoting ideas that are antithetical to the idea of self-improvement, like...
Okay, I'm going to bring out some information disproving whatever he says, so I have something in the background. I'll bring it out, so you need to watch for this.
the carnivore diet, a wonderful diet where you eat nothing but red meat.
Yes, your natural diet in nature. What would you be eating? Think about this. If you were in nature, what would you be eating? Animals. That's your natural human diet. You don't eat grass. Cows eat grass, and they can filter out the toxins and the sugar, and they can turn sugar into muscle. You can't turn...
I am so glad nicotine in coffee exists. I'm not even getting frustrated right now. Because I've got such a good buzz. Now I know why Andrew Tate drinks so much coffee and smokes so many cigars. Oh, it really does work.
turn sugar into muscle. You can't turn grass into muscle, but cows can. See that? And so you eat.
So, I don't eat grass. Main source of protein these days has been tofu. And we can assimilate the protein just fine from tofu.
They eat the grass, you eat the cow, and you stay healthy. You get all the nutrients, so you're not nutrient deficient.
No vegetables and give yourself heart disease and...
That's heart disease and all. That's funny. There's a new study that just came out. It says, it's in my community section, it says that carnivore, it starves cancer and tumors. That's another interesting fact. The fact that it's anti-aging and it keeps you extremely healthy.
Yeah, so that's... Let me take a look. I think I know what he's talking about. There's a few studies on the ketogenic diet showing that it can starve cancer cells, but that's only certain types of cancer, and certain forms of cancer are actually benefited from a high-fat diet, like a keto diet. I don't know what he's talking about in his community section. He doesn't have anything recent in his community tab.
And even the NCB report I have in my community section says the same thing, that it is actually very good for you. But these vegan diets stress your body because I'm dying. And so it has to keep allocating until
Yeah, that's why vegans live longer, because it kills you slowly.
these resources run out, the nutrients run out, and they're searching everywhere. And then the hair is falling out, the nails, this, that, because your body it is there to keep you alive.
How are you feeling tonight?
Well, after my nicotine and coffee, I'm feeling just fine. Fine like wine. That's mean. That kitty's mean.
I guess miracles do exist. Some of the Hamas terrorists that were part of the October 7th attack surrendered. Pro-Palestine says it's all lies and they're just detained innocent civilians.
I'll take a look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Taylor. That kitty's being mean. Thanks for the donation, though, even now. Let me see this. This...
The channel Matt Dillahunty runs called The Line blocked me on their call list because I was going to ask them about the ethics of veganism. 2 shows ago he hung up on every single caller, calls them a dishonest fuck even when they agree with him. WTF.
Yeah, Dillahunty won't debate veganism because he knows he'll lose. He basically runs away from any debate that he knows he's gonna lose. He's not a good debater. He's gotten a reputation for being a good debater just because he's debated, you know, full-fledged Christian tards, but he's not a strong debater. Oh yeah, and Arizona Sunshine 2 came out. I've got to get that. Maybe we'll play it on stream tonight. Thanks for the donation though, dude. There we go. Installing Arizona Sunshine 2.
Look at these hacking neckos, you son of a bitch.
I'll look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Outgoat. Where's your god now? Fucking pieces of shit. 95% sure these are civilians. I was on Israeli side. Fucking cope, dude. Fucking morons. Yeah, civilians are surrendering. That makes sense. Fucking dumbass. That's good to see those fucking pieces of shit are surrendering. Oh my god. Oh. Wow. That's a good kitty. My god, he's munching. Wow. That's amazing. I gotta see that again.
The reaction speed of cats is quite remarkable, ranging from 0 to 70 milliseconds, no doubt about it. In the mammal world, this is the ceiling for combined attack and defense reaction speed. To understand their lightning-fast reactions, we can use snakes as a reference. The attack speed of snakes typically falls between 40 to 70 milliseconds. In other words, snakes can launch an attack in as little as 0.04 to 0.07 seconds. Now, cats, on the other hand, can assess risks and make evasive or even counterattack moves within this time.
Wow, cats are amazing. I love kitties. Thanks for the donation, Oakgoat.
Would you feel better if Jasmine queefed in your face, my lord? Also, what are you / Jasmine getting yourselves for Christmas?
We don't celebrate Christmas, so if there's any holiday deals for anything that looks interesting, then, I might get something. Might get a safety squat bar soon, and I might get a cambered bench press bar soon. But other than that, I don't really have anything in mind. Thanks for the donation. I'm so fucking gay right now, and yeah, queefs in my face would make me feel better.
Advertisement in my cabinet. Also, fuck Dillahunty.
That is a lot of Huel. See, you are a fan of Huel. Well, yeah, Dillahunty's a cunt. Thanks for the donation, non-wib.
I'm glad to see truth behind the academic left.
Well, yeah, I've seen Avi's posts. She is a piece of shit. It was insane. UPenn losing $100 million is a good start, but let's not forget $800 million in taxpayer funding still going to this ideological cesspool. Yeah, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, how in the fuck did they think it's a good idea to say, yeah, we support anti-Semitism on campus? It's outrageous. Are these all the same stories? Yeah. Oh yeah, mine context. That was a funny post by Avi. Yeah, it's fucking crazy how anti-Semitism is like officially promoted by the faculty. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
Understand me? And I love the part where he thinks he actually knows something. You're born with instincts to survive. You are not born with knowledge. You are a human. Listen, you need to understand. You need to accept this fact, vegan slave. You are a human. You do not know anything. And you are not better than anybody else. And nobody else knows anything either. And neither do I. I don't know anything. Don't listen to me. This is just for entertainment purposes only. I'm a human being. I don't know anything. Just like you. You know nothing.
Cancer earlier on in life. And you will
But of course he could pretend he's knowing something like he does in all his videos. He pretends.
not believe how he came to the idea of eating such a terrible diet. You probably
And what's so terrible about not being nutrient deficient and not having to go see a dentist, a doctor, anything, and improving your health? What is so bad about that? Oh, I know.
The only study in existence on the actual carnivore diet shows that people who've been on the carnivore diet, even for a short period of time, rapidly increase their coronary artery calcium scores. So again, the only study, it's a self-reported cross-sectional study out of Harvard. They found that people on the carnivore diet rapidly increased their coronary artery calcium score. So it gives you heart disease. And again, we have plenty of research on, what red meat does for your health. Increases the risk of cancer, increases the risk of heart disease. It also seems to lower life expectancy. Switching red meat with practically any other food that includes chicken, fish, grains, root vegetables, fruits, like switching it out with any other food seems to be beneficial for health. So that's why it's bad. Let's see, Tim donated $2 to debunk the grifter. Let me see.
As we read, we are generating very low level of motor activity in our throat. That is, we are speaking the words that we are reading at a level below the perception of sound or our own perception of those words. But if one were to put an amplifier to measure the firing of those muscles in our vocal cords, we'd find that as we're reading information, we are actually speaking that information.
I don't know what there is to debunk or why you'd care.
Here are the best plants that you can buy to improve the air quality in your living area, and the type of air filter you want to get to improve the air quality.
I don't care.
The approximately 40-page document, which the Israeli authorities codenamed Jericho Wall, outlined point by point exactly the kind of devastating invasion that led to the deaths of about 1,200 people. It's a sad day when the I'm very, very Gaza
Is this just a compilation of all the anti-Semitic shit she's been posting? I saw Destiny made a video about her. She's a dumb bitch. I'm not gonna go through 35 minutes of dumb bitch shit. Thanks for the donation, Tim.
It's so bad on the industry, money, right?
He's been blowing up on YouTube. Last year, I ended up going to Dubai and staying with him for a few days, and I wasn't expecting this because I was like, really much into like bodybuilding, and I'd been lifting, eating loads of carbs and everything. And I ended up doing a workout with him.
Yes, everybody gets into eating carbs, and then they end up like this. They eat tons and tons of carbs, and then they end up like this here. They end up coming in trained now. They're not untrained anymore. When they first come into the gym, they're untrained, and then they come in now, they're trained individuals, and then their muscles are largely attributed to sarcoplasmic hypertrophy because that is glycogen loading ATP. It's an energy source.
So you have, like, you'd expect in the short term, like within a 6-week period, the majority of hypertrophy experienced to be sarcoplasmic. It takes a long time to actually build muscle structure. So if you were to study them for a longer period of time, say like rather than 6 weeks, 3 or 4 times that, you'd start to see them build actual new muscle tissue.
So you are an endurance athlete because the repeated bout effect protects muscle from repeated bouts. After the untrained muscle gets an influx of the the satellite cells. When you first come into the gym, you're untrained. First train satellite cell fusion. You get a fusion, you get the hypertrophy, so you get hyperplasia, hypertrophy, and then you atrophy, retrain. You don't get them anymore because it reached a myonuclear domain size limit. It reaches a muscle reaches a myonuclear domain
What does this have to do with anything I said in the video?
size limit, where the progenitor MND size has a ceiling limit during hypertrophic process, beyond which extra myonuclei are donated by the progenitor satellite cell to support further muscle growth. See, you can't support it no more. Bingo. It's ended there. And so what does it do?
Well, I mean, there's no known ceiling to how much muscle you can grow. There is adaptive resistance, and muscle growth does slow down, but there's no evidence that you can't build any more muscle after a certain period of time.
It takes a life of its own, called sarcoplasmic hypertrophy. What is sarcoplasmic hypertrophy? I tell everybody on my channel, man, sarcoplasmic hypertrophy is a type of artificial muscle growth, broski.
What does he mean, artificial?
See that? It's a type of artificial muscle growth, just for the visual.
What does he mean, artificial? What is artificial about it?
Effects. It's fluid. That's what it is, man. Yeah, man. See that? Refers to the fluid that it holds.
Yes,
Can make the
okay.
muscles
I don't know
appear
what this
larger,
has
but
to
does
do
not
with my
increase
video.
strength. There's no strength there. So he may look big. That's why they always like, oh, I get a bigger, but I didn't get a stronger. I got a stronger, but I didn't get a bigger, because Now his lifts, he's training for what? Androgen receptor strength controls the strength, but not the mass of the limb muscles. What are these? These are adaptations, because you're not building any more muscle. So
let a nigger cook.
Sure. I'll let an N-word cook. Thanks for the donation, Frank Tefano.
because he needs to carry you through a famine, because he's so artificial, he doesn't understand that the body hasn't evolved at that point. It still fucking works like the way it works in fucking nature, bro. Get it? It got to carry you through a famine. It's not going to give you no more muscle, you moron. So you get a receptor, and then those receptors, why didn't you get more of them? For the forced production, like it says down here, for forced production. Without them, they go away. So yeah, and it's not responsible for the mass. A stronger is not going to get you bigger, because it's not responsible for the mass of the limb muscles. So if you get a bigger and you didn't get a stronger, or I got a stronger but I didn't get a bigger, get it, man? Because of that, that's why. So anyways, just to clear that up really quick, now let's go back to this video, man.
This guy's so delusional, bro.
I'm gonna be totally honest, he logged the fuck out of me. We went on bench press and he did one warm-up set and then he stuck 115 kilograms on the bar and did it for 3 reps. I was like, fuck, that's actually pretty good. Like, and it was just...
Yeah, he practiced, again, this individual too, him as well, like Vegan Slave, they all practiced at lifting because they didn't build any muscle to actually be good at lifting it. See, an ape, he could bench press 4,000 pounds. An ape can bench press 4,000 pounds without practicing, and he has the strength of 20 men. Why? Because he has more muscle fibers. Duh.
Yes, that is correct. What does that have to do with anything?
But you got to practice at it. So you're a slave to the androgen receptors. Because in 10 days, if you don't come in the gym, they start...
Nobody move. If you make any stupid moves, you will hurt yourself and the animals and Jasmine. Just stay quiet, we are going back to the airport.
Alright, well thanks for the warning. Appreciate the donation, MA.
Are going away. So it's fake strength.
A little weird that this guy who was...
Like, what does he mean, fake strength? Like, yeah, if you don't exercise, you're going to lose muscle mass and some of the nervous system adaptations you've made. And strength is going to go down, but what is artificial about anything? Like, the same thing would happen to a gorilla. Like, if a gorilla was bedridden, it's going to become, its muscles are going to atrophy. And then it's not going to be able to lift as much. I don't know what point he's trying to make here. This doesn't seem relevant to the fucking video.
Smaller than me, his life wasn't about fitness and mine was at the time.
I forgot to tell you, the reason why it goes into type 1 and it goes to sarcoplasmic hypertrophy is because the repeated bout effect protects muscle from repeated bouts of muscle damage. That's why that domain ends. It ends because it's protected from any more damage. Get it, man? It's over. And then it moves into slow twitch motor units. It recruits these slow twitch motor units. What are those? Type 1. So what do you get? That sarcoplasmic, like you saw there, these guys, sarcoplasmic, because you are an endurance trainer now. You're endurance training.
Nothing he's saying right now makes any fucking sense. He's just saying words. Tim donated $2. You fucking vegan retard. Oats are bad. JK, love you vegan gains. Let me see.
Your breakfast versus my breakfast. Your breakfast starts with oatmeal. Oats are a grain. Grains are seeds.
Okay. Who cares?
Seeds are highly defended. They are full of plant defense chemicals. Plants must do this if they want to survive and pass their DNA to the next generation. In the case of oats, oats are full of phytic acid, a substance that chelates, that bites minerals and prevents their absorption.
So there's plenty of research on this on humans. Phytates seem to improve mineral absorption. One of the hypotheses behind this is that your body just makes adaptations to improve absorption when phytates are present. That's why they gave phytate supplements to people with osteoporosis, because it actually seems to improve bone mineral density.
Oats are also full of digestive enzyme inhibitors. And for you nerds out there, DPP-4 inhibitors. Oats are total bullshit.
I am bigger and stronger than you, and I eat oats, so... Funny how oats, block nutrient absorption, but you look like an emaciated fucking moron.
And don't even get me started about your silly energy drink. That's complete garbage and full of no significant nutrients that you can't get in more bioavailable forms over here.
This guy literally looks like he's fucking under-eating, and then he's talking about nutrient absorption.
This is my breakfast. Organs, meat, fruit, honey, and raw dairy. I challenge you to find a more nutrient-rich, less toxic, more nourishing set of foods on the planet. This is how you eat it.
Well, I don't know, dude. Again, I'm bigger and stronger than you are, and I don't eat that shit, so, I eat the fruit, but not the stupid organs and honey and raw milk like a fucking moron.
If you want to thrive, this is how you eat. If you want to develop mood issues, sleep problems, hormonal disturbances, this is complete bullshit.
Literally provides no evidence for his claims. None whatsoever. Are Mexicans treated worse than blacks?
Should Mexicans be allowed to say the word?
First of all, Hispanics are pretty much niggas, so I ain't even gonna worry about that.
For what reason though?
Because y'all be doing the same thing that us black folks have done 24/7.
For some reason I always get shoulder pain when I do lateral raises. Would you have any idea why that might be?
Yeah, there could be a couple reasons. One reason might just be due to muscular imbalance or strength imbalance. What can happen is if you have weak external rotation, some of the supporting muscles in your shoulder can fire in the wrong pattern or not strong enough, and that can cause pain around the shoulder joint, or that's what it feels like. So you might want to practice doing exercises like face pulls or just external rotation exercises, and then see how your shoulder feels after you've been doing that for a while. You may just have proportions that make it difficult for you to do certain shoulder exercises within a given range of motion. So some people, if they do lateral raises all the way to parallel or beyond parallel, they get shoulder pain. If that's the case, even if you do things like external rotation exercises, then just don't do lateral raises with a full range of motion. Just go just below parallel. That would be my advice. But thanks for the donation, Ballsack. Appreciate the donation. Hope that helps.
Treat y'all even worse right now. When y'all built this whole goddamn thing.
I appreciate
you feel
that,
me?
Hey.
I work with Mexicans all day long, bro.
I have no idea if Mexicans are treated worse than black people.
Good God, I can't wait for these fucking retards like Paul, Liver King, Frank and other anti-vegan dumb fucks to die off early so I can laugh and say I told you so. They deserve all the health issues that are coming to them.
Oh yeah, and more. Hopefully they choke on their next meal.
Why did Paul Saladino have a can of Monster in front of his carnist cunt diet? Maybe because he doesn't eat enough carbs for energy and insist on living on mainly roadkill.
He supposedly doesn't eat those energy drinks, and he just uses that as a prop. But, I think it's strange that he bought it and has it. So, I know for sure he's not doing exactly what he's promoting. I wouldn't be surprised if he occasionally eats energy drinks and stuff. But thanks for the donation, Vegan Ninja, and thanks, Elroy Jetson.
Saladino's face looks old, wrinkled and deteriorated and mentions defense chemicals in every video, assuming that's the boogeyman of bad health. Hopefully he chokes on raw meat and slowly loses oxygen until he ceases to exist.
Yeah, or maybe drowns surfing, or slips on his bathtub and cracks his skull open or something, you know. Anything that results in him not being with us anymore. Thanks for the donation, though, Majin Buu.
And so you're eating carbs and they're loading in there. They're both endurance training. The only difference is he's eating this energy source, and that is enhancing your performance for endurance. Yeah, so you can keep...
The main energy source for anaerobic activity, like weight training, is carbohydrate.
Performing like a circus act.
His life wasn't about fitness, and mine was at the time. Was outlifting me, and the same thing with deadlift.
Carnivore can give you somewhat of an endurance as well, but it runs on animal fat, because mitochondria run better on animal fat than they do on fucking drugs called sugar, bro. Get it?
Well, that's just clearly not true. The preferred energy source of your body is carbohydrate. That's why all the top athletes, they eat a carbohydrate-rich diet.
Deadlift was like 20 or 30 kilograms.
They get corrupted over time by the sugar, by these vegan diets.
Higher than me, and I was really surprised. And I asked him, okay, tell me, like, what did you do for this? I wasn't expecting this. And he said there was two things. He said it was the carnivore diet, and he said it was the CrossFit workouts. And here was a guy who didn't even eat carbs, who was outlifting me. So Iman was actually the person who kind of enlightened me when it came to understanding what the carnivore diet is.
So Hamza got the idea to follow a...
Because he's a slave too. He doesn't even know what your natural diet is, because they can't think outside the realm of natural, because they've been enslaved in these zoos called cities like this slave.
My traps look pretty goddamn huge. Yeah, I moved away from doing a lot of shoulder shrugs to doing more upright rows, and I think it's paying off. I think upright rows are a better exercise for developing traps.
Here, vegan slave. He's such a slave to everything, this guy, man. He's crazy.
Carnivore diet because he saw a guy bench 115 kilograms for 3 reps. That's only 253 pounds. Hate to break it to you, Hamza.
He's talking about his body size and weight and what he's doing, that's all. Because he's a slave like you.
But you're a weakling, okay? Most people can bench...
Most people can bench press what?
Press more than you.
No, they can't. Nobody can. Nobody. If anybody...
So what I meant by that is most people who are actually serious about lifting. So I would say people who consistently go to the gym 3 times or more per week.
You could bench press 315 without practicing, then they're strong. But if you gotta practice at lifting something, you're not good at those. You're not strong. It's really simple. You can't outbench a monkey. He doesn't have to practice at doing 4,000-pound bench press.
I don't know what that has to do with anything. Good for monkeys, I guess.
Because you're weak. 115 kilograms or 253 pounds is not much weight. That is not an impressive lift. You know how much
How much can you lift without practicing, vegan slave? Yes, show us without practicing how much you were able to lift when you...
I don't know what he means without practice, because at this point I've had years of practice with a lift, so I can't demonstrate an unpracticed bench press. That's impossible at this point. Like for certain rep ranges, I could show you without practice. Well, at least without recent practice. Like, I've been doing mostly sets of 8 to 10, actually exclusively sets of 8 to 10 for the last year. And I just recently switched to sets of 5, and I was still able to get 315 for 3 sets of 5.
When you first came in the gym, at 0, I bet you could barely do 100 pounds. You were such a weakling. Because you're human. Humans are weak.
can bench for 3 reps? 300 and...
No, you can't. You had to practice at lifting 315 pounds. Show us you without practicing how...
So if you can bench 340 for reps, you can't bench 340 for reps because you practiced benching 340 for reps. Therefore, you didn't do it because you practiced it. Logic.
How much you can lift, you motherfucker? You fucking liar.
40 pounds. So I can bench almost 100 pounds more than your carnivore boy.
Fuck you, man. No, you can't. You couldn't fucking lift 100 pounds if your fucking life depended on it without practicing.
There's literally video footage of me doing it, and he's saying I can't.
Practicing. You fucking... You fake, man. You liar.
Buddy over there. But guess what diet I follow?
How long did it take you to get those adaptations and androgen receptors to lift that fucking weight? Tell us the truth, man. How many years did it take you, motherfucker? You're a fucking lie, man. You're full of shit.
Sure as hell isn't the carnivore diet. I've been vegan.
Oh, sure isn't the carnivore diet. Oh, you mean those fake muscles you're carrying, that fake bloatness, that fake sarcoplasmic muscle that you have. Look at his face. He doesn't know the difference of what's giving him strength, what I just proved. Myocytic androgen receptor controls strength, but not the mass.
For 13 years, I eat tons of soy. I eat tofu almost every single.
Yes, you eat a slave diet, and so that's why you're putting it on. Why do you think they fed slaves bread, carbohydrates? Because they found it was an energy source to make them work hard.
So he's saying bread is good for you because it gives you energy and lets you work harder? And I'm pretty sure it's not just slaves that ate bread. Pretty sure everybody ate bread.
Harder than the last time to enhance their performance so they can keep working like good little slaves. Because on meat, just plain meat, you're not going to get a lot of that. And can't tell you how much.
So our natural diet makes you weak and less energetic. Okay. Not really interested in following our natural diet then.
Much fat they were eating in the past when they were eating their natural diets. But when humans started enslaving people, they fed them a slave diet like what you're eating. Bread and shit and all that. Yeah, man.
Day, and I can bench almost 100 pounds more than a guy that you think is strong.
Well, give him a chance to practice at it. How about you?
He has been practicing. He's fucking lifting. What are you talking about?
You let him practice to get up to your weight, and then let's see if he could bench the same weight that you do at a lower body weight, and you at a heavier body weight with sarcoplasmic fluid.
So that guy E-Man, he's like.
The Gym Reaper absolutely destroys vegan gains with a 700-pound bench press.
Okay, well, this guy is a genetic freak, and he's also on steroids, so. Yeah, like, that's a crazy bench, but he's also not natural, and also, like, freak genetics, so. I don't know what I'd be able to bench if I actually hopped on steroids. I think eventually I will hop on steroids and just see what I can do. But, yeah. It's not really a fair comparison. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Sometimes when I see thugs and thieves doing stupid shit, I say racist things in my heads. I feel bad afterwards cause I think of my black friends and how much black culture has influenced North America. Am I racist? Doesn't this also piss black people off?
I don't know. Who fucking cares, dude? As long as you treat people the same way, it doesn't really matter. Thanks for the donation, dude. Yeah, that guy E-Man, he's like 5'8". I'm 6'3". I'm like half a foot fucking taller than him. Why would you expect me to be able to lift more than him at the same fucking body weight when, like, there's already a height difference involved?
Which doesn't increase the strength. How about that, vegan slave? How about that, vegan slave? Let's do that competition.
You don't know what strength is because you're a weak.
We know what strength is. You want to know what it is? It's this. This is the strength that you're after because you're a slave. It's called androgen receptors control the strength, but not the mass of the limb muscles. When they took that away, guess what happened? That's it, disappeared. Because AR controls pathways required for maximum force production. That's what they discovered, bro. And that's science, real science, not pseudoscience.
Wrong.
I don't even know.
You don't know what strength is because you're a weakling. You don't know how.
Neither do you.
To train. You work out.
You're a weakling. You're a weakling too, man. Plus, you're sick on that vegan diet.
Like a and you don't know what masculinity actually is. So what do you?
He may not know what masculinity is, but neither do you, bro. I'm telling you. You
think is going to happen now? Hamza initially went on a carnivore diet because he was impressed that somebody could bench 250 pounds for 3 reps. Wow. So strong, right? So if he sees me, a vegan, bench 304...
I doubt that you're 100% vegan. I really doubt that. You'd already be part of the compilation right now if you were. And you were making a video about Blaha recently, about him. You've been revering him for his stupid-ass video against the carnivore diet, whatever, veganism and all that. You forgot to look to his videos. He's a liar. He eats carnivore diet. You understand me? He eats animal products. Duh. Eggs, meat, fucking cheese, and I don't know, yogurts, Greek yogurts and shit. I bet you eat animal products too. I bet you.
I've been hearing this a lot lately from people. They either accuse me of being on steroids or lying about being vegan or both. No. Not on steroids, and I eat a completely plant-based diet, no animal products. I don't know how I'd go about proving that, but just bizarre.
You drink milk and probably eat yogurts and shit, bro. This guy's full of shit.
Oh, the last thing I'd fucking eat is yogurt. It's fucking disgusting. I can't even eat plant-based yogurt.
40 pounds, almost 100 pounds more. Do you think he's going...
No, I doubt those synthetic fake supplements are sustaining you, man. They're not even regulated by the industry. It's all garbage. It's got oxalates in there too, man. You know, sugar's got oxalate in it. It's got fucking all this toxic poison. Yes. You know, when you're young, your body can handle a lot because it's just trying to keep you alive. But the accelerated aging will take off so fast.
Right, accelerated aging. That's why vegans live longer, because we have accelerated aging.
When you hit 40, it's going to make your head spin. You're just going to go, what happened here?
To go on a vegan diet because he's interested in getting strong? No, of course not. Because the reason...
He's interested in getting better at lifting something. You're not getting stronger. If you're not building muscle fibers, which that domain, it ended at 15, and then you get it one more time when you're untrained. If you're not getting more muscle fibers, you are not getting stronger. I don't give a shit what you say, man. You're full of shit, bro. You're just getting...
What does he think strength is? I'd love for him to actually define strength. Because, like, strength is just simply defined as the amount of weight you can lift. So, through whatever means you can lift more weight, you've gotten stronger.
Getting better at maintaining those androgen receptors for that force production. That's it.
He went on the carnivore diet. Has nothing to do with having an interest in getting strong.
If you can't go away 5 years from now and come back and bench press that same weight 5 years later, like just coming back to a gym, let's say you take off 2 years or something, you come back and you can't bench press that 315, then you're weak. It's really simple. If you can't keep going away, coming back and bench pressing that same weight, you're weak. And I know
bizarre.
You're weak because you're filled with sarcoplasmic fluid, bro. You just have a bunch of newbie gains and you're practiced at these fucking...
Yes, practicing a lift makes you stronger at the lift. It's just confusing what, like, he's clearly talking about something other than strength.
You're a slave to these androgen receptors for that force production. I know it is. Everybody is in the fitness industry because it's fake. It's built on lies.
Strong, and seeing strong people eat that diet. He just saw a jackass eating nothing but steak and bacon all day and figured, yum, I want to eat that garbage too. Again, it logically follows.
Yeah, steak and bacon is garbage, but toxins and sugar is great. So being drugged by the government on an artificial diet, them drugging you 24 hours with sugar, refined sugar.
I love how he talks about toxins. Like, red meat is classified as a type 2 cancer-causing carcinogen. There's things like NEU5G. Like, if he's so worried about toxins, why isn't he worried about red meat?
These engineered fruits and vegetables and processed foods is really healthy for you. Yes, you're such a genius. You're a genius, man. Yes, of course. And then you're suffering and then you're supporting the system. Like the dentist, the toilet paper company, the doctors, and the health food store, and the whatever else, the doctors and all these fucking pharmaceuticals in case you get sick, all these diseases that come out of vegan diet from the deficiencies.
If he's impressed by a 250-pound bench press and he's going to follow that person's diet, wouldn't he be
He was impressed for what he was accomplishing at the moment. That's about it. Which is meaningless.
especially impressed by a 340?
He was more impressed about what he was doing on a carnivore diet as opposed to eating a slave diet. Get it, man?
Pound bench. Wouldn't he want to follow that diet? This has nothing to do.
No, he just simply found that he was eating a slave diet and it was wrong. Yeah.
With wanting to be
because everybody here is born in slavery. You're not born of nature.
Strong. This has nothing to do with wanting to be mass.
Yes, the problem is you see yourself as weak because you're on a weak diet. It makes you weak. And so you think you have to go to the gym and get strong. That is almost insane, man. Just thinking about that, stupid. I'll see you in the next one, friends. Tell me what you think about the Alexa Scraps. Support the channel. Comment down below. Tell me what
that was retarded. Just plain dumb.
Saying for many years it had been supporting various charities.
And so we just, every year, we try and raise as much money as possible, and then we go work with, Alzheimer's Association of America, University of San Francisco, Association for FTD, which is what my mom had, FTD. So we've worked with big and small organizations across the board.
According to the tax filings, the Open Hand Foundation was sitting on over $650,000 worth of donations it had received. And when me and Mutaha spoke with Gerard, he assured us they still had all of the money and were ready to donate it. However, since that time, nothing has happened. Gerard and the Open Hand Foundation have been radio silent since my video dropped. We have had no confirmation the money still exists, no confirmation it has been donated, and it more or less seems like they are burying their head in the sand and ignoring the situation, hoping it blows over. The silence is deafening, but I think there is a very good reason why they are hiding. There is more to this story than meets the eye, and the situation is much worse than we had previously let on. In my previous video, I spoke about Indieland, the charity marathon hosted by The Completionist. But Indieland isn't the only charity event that Open Hand runs. In fact, it's only half of the story. Open Hand also holds a charity golf tournament, which pulls in tens of thousands of dollars in sponsorships every year. And the interesting thing about the money the golf tournament raises is that it seems to disappear. Fans of The Completionist who rushed out to defend him try to claim that because Gerard hadn't spent the money, it wasn't stolen. But in my opinion, this is misguided. Not only because this argument is nonsensical, I mean, if I steal $100 from you and don't spend it, I've still stolen it. It's money you no longer have, and I obtained that money through illegal means. But aside from that, I do believe the Khalil family have been stealing tens of thousands of dollars each year from charity donations on top of the fraud committed through Indieland. And in this video, I'm going to show you how. In my previous video, I didn't include a sponsor because this is a serious situation, and that was a hefty sacrifice given that I am the sole breadwinner of my family. So it's not just my money I sacrificed, it's theirs as well. And I can't keep working on this without being sponsored, so I hope you guys don't mind. Now legends, this video is sponsored by the military online game War Thunder. And when it comes to vehicle combat games, War Thunder is the most comprehensive ever made. Play more than 2,000 unique vehicles. The Indieland Charity Marathon, hosted by The Completionist, began in 2018, but since 2003, the Khalil family has been hosting a yearly golf tournament called the PBD West Convenience.
Did you see that Melina is leaving Destiny? Is she? I don't know. I believe it when I hear it from Destiny.
Haven't watched it, but Plant-Based News has a video which is named YouTube Most Psychotic Vegan with a picture of you.
Yeah, I think they just mentioned the documentary that was made about me by Turkey Time. I don't think it's anything. Thanks for the donation though, Lala.
Cup Challenge. PBD West is a business founded by Gerard's father, Charles Khalil, in 1992. Now, despite the Open Hand Foundation website saying it has been fundraising since 2003, there is no record of the Open Hand Foundation existing before 2014, when it was registered as a non-profit. If you look at photos from the golf tournament before this time, there is no mention of Open Hand. In contrast to 2015 onwards, where signage clearly states it's benefiting the Open Hand Foundation, earlier years simply showed that it was benefiting frontotemporal dementia. I assume they meant to say they were benefiting dementia research and not dementia itself, as that is quite a strange thing to say. No one can possibly know where that money went from these golf tournaments before 2014, so at this time there is no point in speculating. But from 2015, we know the money was supposed to be going to the Open Hand Foundation, and we have their tax filings, so from here on out we can begin to draw some solid conclusions. The main way the PBD West Convenience Cup Challenge appears to raise money is via sponsorships. Brands will pay the Open Hand Foundation to appear on banners and signs throughout the golf course, along with having the opportunity to set up tents and stands and have their employees play in the tournament. It seems to be mainly used as a networking or social event. On its website, the PBD West Cup even tells us what these sponsorships cost.
I'm sure you'll love this lol. Israel takes from soy boy bread tuber Noah Samson, also it is true destiny unfollowed Melina Onik.
Current massacre of the Gaza Strip. The bombing campaign has left over 16,000 Palestinians dead, 7,000 of whom are children.
What should we do about modern hunter-gatherer tribes, such as the North Sentinelese? It seems impractical to have them integrate into our society, and I doubt they would willingly become vegan. Should we treat them as on-order predators?
Yeah, if they refuse to go vegan, then cull them just like, you know, any other carnivorous animal. So, I'm fine with killing people if they refuse to go vegan. I don't see any logically consistent way to have a position where you think animals should have rights, but you're not in favor of killing those who'd refuse to grant rights to animals. But thanks for the donation, veganism.
The IDF strikes have damaged or destroyed an estimated 2/3 of all Palestinian homes and displaced an estimated 90% of the Gazan population, which is over 1.7 million people. This is being referred to by many as the New Nakba, referencing the 1948 ethnic cleansing of Palestinians.
What is this video
children,
about?
many of whom were being held without charges, destined to end up in Israeli military courts, which have a near 100% conviction rate. Sort of like, by Israeli investigative reporter Yuval Abraham. The piece is titled "A Mass Assassination Factory Inside."
Okay, this video is just fucking stupid. Mike Donny Tellers, would you rather work in healthcare, technology, law enforcement, business if you were a normie? I think law enforcement, that seems the most interesting to me. Thanks for the donation, Mike. Destiny and Melina breakup.
An open marriage gone wrong? Folks, Destiny and Melina are breaking up. Let's
Why is this guy so happy that Destiny and Melina are breaking up? Mindfuck, watching her become obsessed, toxic, abusive guy. Sweden, he gave Mel an ultimatum to divorce me and then threatened to kill himself when she didn't do it.
I don't know if you'd call this leaking, but basically, there are forums and different chats to which you could actually glean into his personal life to this unhealthy degree. And so I'll read it for you on the Discord.
So Melina's become obsessed with an abusive and manipulative guy. So I'm out.
Excuses for him, so I'm out.
Have fun with the movies for 3 days. Good luck. See you on the 9th or 10th.
Anyway, forbidden. He's like the thing on the bot. And then
this proves every point I've ever made. Girls can leave you for jobless, manipulative losers if they just play their cards right.
and then look at the usernames. Josh, yeah, me just his friends. Choke.
Wanted massive therapy session to see if I could express myself better and iron out some boundaries, but it's hard for me to ask for anything if I've been a pushover for so many years. Weird.
Destiny talked about his situation with Mel in his offline chat. Here are the logs. Long story short, Mel simping for a deranged guy that doesn't like Destiny and wants her to leave him.
It's fucking retarded, dude. Yeah. Strange. Destiny's saying he's been a pushover for years. That's bizarre. Yeah, like, you're gonna run into some weird shit like this with an open relationship because you're just going to naturally end up getting stronger feelings for somebody. Like, if you've been with somebody for, you know, a number of years and then you find like this new love, that new love is going to give you stronger feelings than, you know, somebody you've been with for a long time. So a lot of people don't know how to deal with things like that. I think women especially, I think they just have stronger emotions, you know, romantically than men do. And, yeah, they're gonna make dumb decisions like leave a guy they've been with for, you know, so many years over some retarded broke dipshit because they just have stronger feelings for this kind of new love they feel. But it doesn't mean that relationship is better. It, like, what it really means is it's novel, it's different, and you're gonna feel stronger things to a novel, different thing. But that's pretty whack. Leaving Destiny for some like random fucking loser you just met.
Chocobo Coke.
That's kind of funny.
A married team, but she had no problem dumping on me to live.
I'm fine. This is the last toxic holdover I have from my past, so from here it's all good for me. I didn't want to complain because I don't want to make my wife look bad because we're supposed to be a married team, but she has had no problem dumping on me to literally dozens and dozens of people over the past years. So funny, people saying another Bob 7, not realizing there were like 50 Bob 7s. What the fuck, dude? Why is he even with her? Like, it's just bizarre. Problem isn't the person being manipulative. The problem is the difference in how we treat our spouse. If girls want to get close to me, historically, they know the only way they could ever do it was sometimes by exaggerating how much they liked Melina, because shitting on Melina or attacking my wife gets you instantly cut out of my life. But for Melina, the way to get close to her was always by shitting on me because she loved the emotional validation of people making her feel like every single problem in the relationship was my fault. Spawn because I had a toxic problem with blaming myself for every single problem ever in any of my relationships ever, so I figured if something was wrong, it was always on me to fix it. They seemed okay because 3 days ago, before Mel was supposed to leave forever, this guy did something else insanely toxic horrible. Then Mel kind of warmed up to what I was asking for. Then in a day, she forgave everything again and is now back in it. I told her, let me see. I told her that her and all of her shit needs to be gone before I'm back on the 9th. Yes, a good troll is me spending 5 days off stream, death spiraling, absolutely epic. That's, pretty awful. Is he live or is he just not online right now because of shit that's been going on? Huh. Well, that's unfortunate for him. I guess that's gonna happen in an open relationship, though.
Accounting versus engineering, which would you pick?
Engineering, because accounting seems way too fucking monotonous and boring. Thanks for the donation, Sean.
Showing that different tiers give different benefits. Before 2018, this golf cup was the only event raising money for the Open Hand Foundation, so the tax filings should give us a pretty good idea about how much money it brings in. From 2014 to 2017, filings showed the Open Hand Foundation received between $30,000 to $60,000 per event. This is likely underreported, but we'll get to that later. For now, let's just assume this is accurate. From these years, we can get a pretty good approximation of what this cup normally raises. In 2018, Indieland began, and for its first year, it raised $55,000, at least according to Gerard. This money was also supposed to go to the Open Hand Foundation, so naturally we should see an increase in yearly revenue, which we do. In 2018, Open Hand had a yearly revenue of $113,000. If we assume that $55,000 came from Indieland, that leaves $58,000 from the PBD West Cup, which is in line with previous years. However, something strange happens in 2019. In 2019, Indieland raised $109,000, double the previous year. In theory, this should cause a drastic rise in the yearly revenue for the Open Hand Foundation. But mysteriously, revenue hardly raises at all. In the 2019 filing, Open Hand only raised $123,000, which means that somehow the Golf Cup now only raised $14,000. What's also interesting about 2019 is that it's the last year that Indieland, or the completionist, publicly stated what Indieland had raised in total. From this point on, they make no mention of this, which is strange. You would think a charity event would state how much they raised after it had finished, and they did proudly do this for the first 2 years. But then, as soon as the tax filings became weird, we started hearing nothing. We can deduce how much money was raised, however. From 2020 onwards, Indieland fundraised through Tiltify, which shows the total donation amount. On top of this, all bits, subs, merchandise, and indie game sales were supposed to go to Open Hand too.
And that's why we're here today. Bits, donations, subs, buy the shirt, buy the coin, buy indie games, all that stuff. All of it is going to the benefit of helping others for this charity event. So thank you for joining us.
As I just mentioned, Gerard never tells us what these extra revenue sources amount to, but we do get a clue from Indieland lead coordinator Michael Barrett. He refers to an article talking about Indieland 2022, which raised $90,000 via direct donations through Tiltify. The article author uses a different Tiltify figure to state that Indieland raised $80,000, but Michael clarifies that with those other methods of raising money, they actually raised over $100,000. So at minimum, we can add at least $10,000 on top of whatever is raised.
I never knew that the steel pans were the instruments responsible for making the tropical music I've loved hearing throughout my life. Lol, IDKY, my school's band department never taught me about these.
Ariel, listen to me.
Well,
It's a mess.
there was a steel pan band at one of my schools. I've known about these. You wouldn't expect a steel pan to make that kind of noise. But, yeah, I know. I know what steel pans are. Oh, my neck. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Are lobsters sentients? Some people in the chat say they are because of having complex nervous system. But don't they only have nerve ganglia and therefore aren't sentients?
So, there's a little bit of a debate whether or not they're sentient. Right now, the scientific consensus seems to be that they are sentient. They do only have nerve ganglia, but they have a very large cluster of nerve ganglia around where you'd expect there to be a brain, and they have other large clusters of nerve ganglia along each of their limbs. And based on the complexity of the nerve ganglia systems they have and the fact that they have some structures required to be sentient, they do have nociception, and they do appear to, display signs of sentience, like the ability to see. They do clearly have the ability to use their eyes to track objects. They exhibit pain-like symptoms, things like that. There's a general consensus that they are sentient. Same with other crustaceans like crabs. Thanks for that donation, though, Isaac Newton.
Raised through Tiltify. However, again, I suspect this figure is likely higher, which is why they don't specify what it is. Now let's look at 2021. Indieland raised $113,000 in direct donations. Then we take off around $2,000 for Tiltify fees. On top of this, every single year the Syzygy Foundation, the charity founded by Jamie Lee Curtis, gives a grant to Openhand. In 2021, they gave them $25,000. If you add these together, you get around $136,000. But shockingly, for the entire year of 2021, Openhand only received $136,000, which means again, the Golf Cup hardly raised anything at all. But we know that's not the case, because we have photos of every single year the Golf Cup has been run.
Islam shouldn't have a military. Ban me.
I don't think Islam has a military, because Islam's a religion. But thanks for the donation, Derek Williams.
Running since 2014, and we know how many sponsors they have and what they paid. And not only that, this means all the bits, subs, and all of that extra revenue that Gerard promised us would go to Openhand wasn't sent over either. Now in this video, I'm just focusing on the golf tournament, and I won't go into all of the ways the completionist and his family seem to be stealing donations, but I suggest you keep a lookout for an update video by Some Ordinary Gamers, who will release even more information on that very soon. So let's look at the 2021 Golf Cup sponsors. It's had 2 diamond sponsors, which were $8,000 each, 1 platinum sponsor, which is $7,500, and 6 gold sponsors, which are $6,500 each. Just from those 3 tiers alone, ignoring all of the other sponsors, all of the other registration fees, all of the other money raised from the raffle and auctions, and ignoring any direct donations which should be received during a charity event, we already have a total of more than $60,000. And all of that money seems to have vanished. It certainly didn't go to Openhand, or at the very least, for some reason, isn't showing up on their filings. All of the filings from 2019 onwards show the same pattern. Almost all of the revenue raised can be attributed to Indieland, and hardly anything seems to come from the Golf Cup, despite photos clearly showing it has massive sponsors paying up to $10,000 each. Certainly, tens of thousands of dollars at least in donations every single year are going missing. The question is how and where. Everything raised from Indieland is through electronic means. This makes it very hard to hide, and any accountant will immediately pick up a discrepancy between what the bank statements show and what they are filing with the IRS. But the revenue generated from the Golf Cup is different. The website has a page called Where to Send Payment, and it literally just tells you to write a check to the Openhand Foundation. No matter what account the money is going to, however, we know it isn't going to Openhand. In my previous video, I was very careful not to make claims I couldn't prove. I wanted to make sure that when bringing up this sensitive subject, I didn't come across too aggressive, in order to limit the amount of backlash. But I think at this point, I've uncovered enough to confidently say that something very criminal is happening with the Openhand Foundation. We have the completionist and the Openhand website lying for years that the foundation has been supporting organizations when it has never supported a single organization the entire time it's existed. We have more than $650,000 sitting in an account somewhere that still hasn't been donated or accounted for. And we have hundreds of thousands of dollars from the golf tournament that has simply vanished into thin air. And this is why I think the completionist and the Openhand Foundation have been completely silent. Anything they say at this point is probably going to be used against them, simply because the truth is looking really, really bad. Almost everyone is screaming at them just to donate the money, which should be pretty easy to do.
It doesn't make sense. Why not just, okay, the jig is up, just donate it. If you supposedly still have the money, just donate it. What's the excuse for not donating it yet?
But they don't want any more attention being drawn to this. They hope.
Aaron P. Donatillers, the events that happened at Waco 76 died by our government, is she natty? The fuck are you asking me? She has Down syndrome, but she's natural, I guess. Anyway, thanks for the donation, Aaron.
Hello. Hope people at worst will think that.
Thoughts on this post from Dr. Brad Schoenfeld? I've always thought that these were a waste of time anyways, and I'm glad that there's research backing up not doing these pointless things.
It's often believed that warm-up is essential to lifting performance. Usually recommendations include performance of a general warm-up, light cardio, specific warm-up, light sets. However, this recommendation doesn't necessarily hold true. Some years ago, a group carried out a study that investigated the effects of different warm-up configurations on the number of reps performed for the bench, squat, arm curl, to failure for 4 sets. There was a crossover design where each of the participants performed all 4 of the following conditions on separate days: no warm-up, general warm-up, specific warm-up, and general plus specific warm-up. As shown in figure, number of reps achieved across 4 sets was quite similar between conditions. Essentially, warm-ups did not enhance rep performance. Seeing that we can take away the conclusion that early reps in a submaximal rep set serve as a specific warm-up, thus preclude the need for such a strategy. Well, yeah, I mean, that's not surprising. There's no point in doing a general warm-up where you do like light cardio. You just need a specific warm-up where you just, you know, do a few easy sets and then do your working set. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
Indieland raised some money and didn't donate it for a few years. They can live with that. What they don't want is people, especially the authorities, looking into the golf tournament and all of that sponsorship money. I've heard.
Are you into natural soaps? I'm not sponsored or anything, but I highly recommend you try Dr. Squatch soap. That shit is the bomb. Wood barrel bourbon is the best. Jasmine will love it too. Check it out, it's all I use now.
I think when we want to get fancy soaps, we just go to Lush and get their vegan soaps. But thanks for the recommendation, Sergeant Taz. Appreciate the donation.
The From the River to the Sea crowd is for some reason really offended by these pictures. I guess they're supposed to be raping them and burning them alive. Happy Hanukkah.
Mass terrorists are crawling out of the tunnels, surrendering en masse. Fucking dope. That's great. That's good to hear. Well, fuck you, Hamas. Thanks for the donation, Darth Putin. Happy Hanukkah to you, too.
Israel should be wiped out. Fuck em. Ban me.
How about fuck you? Thanks for that donation, Derek.
But many people say this could just be negligence or ignorance or laziness. But I can assure you, this is not the case. This fraudulent activity has been going on for at least 10 years. And it's not just Indieland. Both events were lying and saying they were contributing funds when they weren't. The Golf Cup was taking in donations without contributing any of the money it raised long before Indieland even started. And when Indieland came along, it did the exact same thing. This doesn't happen accidentally. This absolutely needs to be investigated by the authorities. And the only way that happens is if the Open Hand Foundation is reported. I'm going to put a link to where you can raise a complaint in the description. And I hope that many of you consider taking a couple of minutes to do so. It's obvious Open Hand isn't in a rush to respond or donate the money, so at this point, all we can do is wait for those with power to step in. Also, once again, use my link.
Dude, that is baffling. That,
Hello, you.
Seems like they literally just pocketed the money from this charity for years. I don't know why they thought they could get away with it. Like, that's just such a dumb thing to do. See some Blaha training. What? Dude, has he gotten way weaker?
Dr. Squatch is 100% vegan. Also, real question, how would one obtain steroids? No doctor will give it to you, so how is it obtained, L? Thanks.
You just order them online. You can order steroids online, and you can also order raw materials and just make them. So that's how most people get them, just online sales. In Canada, it's legal to buy them and legal to possess. So it's not really a big risk to order them in Canada. Depending on the state, it can be a risk because the police might, if it's illegal to possess them or illegal for personal use, then you could be prosecuted. So a lot of people just buy them through drug dealers in those cases. Or, again, depending on the laws, they might just buy raw materials and make them themselves. Thanks for the donation, Sergeant Taz. Yeah, I think he got way weaker. He's doing 225, 5x10.
Jason Blaha here, and once again it is time for a bench press training vlog. Buckle in.
Dude, when is he, like, saying he's gonna bench 405? He's doing 225.
It's going to be a long vlog. We're at about 16 minutes, and that's with me cutting most of the footage of walking to and from the camera. So it's pretty much 15 minutes of straight lifting. My volumes are pretty high. Side note, all the...
I will say with a high degree of certainty, this guy is never going to bench 405. He's going to die before he benches 405.
Thanksgiving bloat and inflammation is gone. It's just back on the scale at 215 this morning. I'm hoping to see a slow downward general trend from here. How do I say this? My carbs are very, very low. I'm just going to admit to that. I drop bloat and inflammation easy when that happens. Now, that also means that, notice the lower back is a little tighter. Is it where it needs to be? Not even close. So we're going to keep cutting. And I've had to weigh out what I want to do. It's been a little bit.
Dude, even for dieting, like 225 for 10 when he's trying to bench 405 and he's on steroids. Like, what the fuck?
A concern of one reason I did a little bit heavier on
he's
the
never
lower
benching
the
405.
because I'm like, my carbs lower. Can I really handle all the rep work? And I'm like, I'm going to need to. It doesn't matter. We muscle through it, get plenty of rest, plenty of recovery, make it work. And because again, what I really have to think about right now, body composition.
Like, I think Jasmine has more muscle on her arms than he does. And he works out and he's on steroids. Like, what is he fucking doing?
And I don't worry about the neural drive as much.
It's just
I'll worry
bizarre.
about neural drive when I...
Dude, his arms have to be like close to 14 inches.
Need my lifts big. And I may go back over to some 5x5 or some reverse pyramids eventually, but really high quality rep work really does need to be the name of the game. So again, the benching, this gave me the worst DOMs over a week ago that I've had in a long time in my pecs of really trying to
this
do the
is
225
pathetic.
for all pause reps with a wide grip. My chest hurt for 4 days. I'm like, let's do this again. Disclaimer.
Orange therapy.
Let me take a look through them now. Oh my god. Wow. That cat is really orange, and oh my god, there's Joey. Wow. That's amazing. So orange. Wow. He looks especially orange here. Oh my god. That's amazing. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though. Like, you even see him making weird mistakes. Like, it looks like he hit the J-hooks.
4 days. I'm like, let's do this again. Disclaimer, I didn't get 5x10. A couple of the sets, I got like 8.
He's not even, like, technically proficient in the lift.
Right? Something like the 3rd or 5th set. which, it's like, okay, we do what we can. But again, I can take longer breaks, and I noticed the strength came back. Same thing with the pull-ups. Just take the breaks a little longer, and we can get the volume in. All right, pull-ups. Last workout I did do chins. I decided to do pull-ups today. Why? I feel like with all the curls I'm doing, I don't know that I need to really worry about the chins. If I was not doing curls with a straight bar, chins might make sense, but I'm like, look, pull-ups, I'm just as strong on pull-ups. It will make sure that I get one really good back exercise in. It'll make sure I get that upper back. And I can just hammer curls. I mean, I'm doing 10 sets of barbell curls a week at this point. Right?
Okay, if he's doing 10 sets of barbell curls per week and his arms look like this, he needs to do a lot more, like, direct arm work. Like, holy shit, look at his arms. They're like, it looks like he literally is recovering from some sort of, like, surgery, or he has some sort of deformity.
That doesn't grow my biceps.
Can feel your boobs.
But show muscles are really going to be the name of the game. What's it going to be? Focus on arms first, and then pecs. Biceps, triceps, and then pectorals. That's what I need to work. Everything else is big. My legs are big. My back is big. As I get leaner, if I actually want to have a look, instead of just being a power lifter, I've got to bring those muscles up. And that's okay. Arms are going to be the priority. And I think when we watch the training, that's all.
What? Trouble in the Destiny household?
What? Well, yeah. Apparently he's breaking up with Mel.
Noodle.
That's a cat. Yeah.
Boo on his paw. How did you do that?
Other boo-boo? What do you mean?
Look.
Where?
On his bottom foot.
Oh, you mean here? Oh, yeah. I don't know how he does that.
Is that a bunny bite?
Maybe. Yeah, Destiny is...
Can you see what's hay in there? What is that?
It just looks like a boo-boo.
Creamy.
Yeah, Destiny's breaking up with his wife, apparently. Anyway, thanks for the donation, Prismo. Diet donate $2. Why does most games now launch broken as fuck? What actually caused this, and do you think GTA 6 will? I mean, GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2 didn't really release buggy. I wouldn't expect GTA 6 to be particularly buggy. Also, do you think new GTA looks good or will suck? What do you want from it? I just hope that the actual gameplay is challenging and the shooting mechanics are a bit more grounded. That's really the only thing I want from GTA 6. Other than that, like, the general gameplay can stay the same. I just want the shootouts to be challenging and a bit more realistic compared to GTA 5. That's it, really. Otherwise, the game looks good. Games are just releasing broken because it takes a long time to make games now, and, like, publishing studios are just pushing for earlier releases because of how expensive game development is. So they just rush releases. That's really it. Thanks for the donation, though, Diet.
Obvious. Because notice I'm not thinking a lot about pecs and lats outside of my couple basic movements. But I am going hard on the arms. And everything still works arms, right? I did 25 total sets today. All of it works biceps or triceps. All of it. Plus, I was very specific. I'm selecting movements that'll make sure that I've got rotation and everything in the shoulder. Right? Extension, flexion, all that of the shoulder, so that I don't need to worry about shoulder work right now. I really don't. That way I can just focus on arms. Now, I'm still doing the pullovers because it helps with shoulder mobility, but it's a shoulder, it's a pec, lat, and a tricep exercise. right? And the way that I do them is particularly very effective for long head of the tricep and the pecs. But I digress. Back over to the other stuff. Notice the benching is a nice wide grip, but we're still...
What's Destiny gonna do when the divorce court judge isn't won over by him reading Wikipedia paragraphs and face palming anytime someone else speaks?
I don't think he's gonna have to pay any kind of alimony because, Melina makes a lot of her own money. I don't know if he signed a prenup either, and on top of that, I don't know if Mel is the type of person to really demand any kind of alimony. I don't even know if she's legally in a position where she can do that, because technically what she's doing could be considered cheating, so... I don't know. I don't think, if I had to guess, their divorce is going to be particularly messy if they do decide to divorce. Thanks for the donation, though, Destiny.
Kind of stacked at the bottom, trying to get the deepest stretch possible on the pecs. Okay, that's why we're pausing. That's why I've got a nice solid wide grip and we're flat back. Right, I'm trying to do no arch. Still digging my feet in tight, but no arch. All right, pull-ups, on most of them, I'm trying to come to a few reps I don't here and there, trying to come to the dead stop at the bottom. And I'm really being careful of it when I get near the end. Some of them are nice long stretches. Hang for a minute. So that does kind of show that I'm really not holding on. Those are a full stretch. My range of motion has dramatically improved due to the pullovers. Could it be better? Yes. So I want to make that clear because that seems to come up all the time by newer people swinging through. Why don't you go all the way down on pull-ups? I literally am. I've had a lot of shoulder mobility issues that have developed from all the powerlifting as I've gotten up into my 40s, because I turn 47 next week. So a lot of issues have developed there, and accordingly I've lost some range of motion. So what are we doing? We're working on that. We're fixing it. We're correcting it. And you notice so much of the stuff stretches. Most of my movements stretch all of that stuff. Notice it's all pull-ups, trying to get them into a stretch. Pull-overs with a plate. All my tricep extensions are done all the way back behind the head to, again, stretch everything. So we're putting a lot of effort into loading those lengthened and stretch positions so that I can improve that mobility. Really?
So he does bench, pull-ups, and then lying tricep extensions.
React
These are
to this.
Gonna be bad. Let me see, Dodo.
This resident of Han Yunis searching the rubble of this house after an Israeli strike. Hamdi Tanira says 30 people were inside, most of them children. Israel's military said Wednesday morning it had carried out about 250 airstrikes in Gaza.
I'm back in the gym 3 times a week and I'm using the starting strength videos for bench, squat, and deadlift to relearn how to do those. Do you have any other recommendations for must-watch SS vids? Also,
Wow. That cat is highly orange. That's amazing. That is a very orange cat. Renaissance periodization and barbell strength have really good videos on lifting in general and on technique vids on how to perform different exercises. So those would be 2 channels I'd recommend for lifting advice. Thanks for the donation, Alex. Hope that helps. So this is going to be terrible.
All right, let's see your backs. Let's see what you guys do that's superior, and let's see shots of your back. That's what I thought. All right.
It's not quite as bad as I thought it would be.
We're going to pretend one of these sets of extensions didn't happen. I decided to pull those plates off and put a 45 on it.
It's kind of weird. Like, I think he's going way too far back on the skull crushers. They should be touching his head.
Each side just to see how it felt on my 4th set of these. I don't know why I did that. I'm like, let me just see. I got 5 reps. They were good reps.
Yeah, I don't know why he's doing that. it should be going down towards his head.
Yes, but I got 5, and then that was pretty much all I could do. So I dropped back down to this for the last one. All these were sets of 12. I'm just going to mark it as if I did 5 by 12 with this instead of that one heavier set, so that we don't revisit that. But at least I know that I can handle the weight through a full range of motion. Well, that's nice. But really, I need to be getting
here we go.
Quality volume. All right, curls. I'm continuing with what.
So he calls this a curl.
I've been doing a full range of motion.
Dude, the amount of swinging, jerking, not controlling the negative, not doing a full range of motion, and then he's wondering why his arms are so small and weak.
Curl. I am leaning forward so that I can lock the bottom.
Dude.
Right, so that it's not stopping, my thigh is not stopping the range of motion.
You forgot about this.
This resident of Khan Yunis searching the rubble of this house after an Israeli strike. Hamdi Tanira says 30 people were inside, most of them children. Israel's military said Wednesday morning it had carried out about 250 airstrikes in Gaza in the previous 24 hours. It is now operating, quote, in the heart of Khan Yunis, telling civilians to evacuate parts of the city. This Israeli leaflet has a verse on it from the Quran. Ominously, it refers to Noah's warning that a flood was coming. The flood overtook them, it reads, while they persisted in wrongdoing.
Well, it is clear that not only is the aerial bombardment just as intense as it was prior to the week-long humanitarian stop in fighting, it now appears that it's even more intense in parts of the Gaza Strip that the Palestinian civilians were told to evacuate to for safety. Now they were told to evacuate to the south. The south is now being bombarded, and intensely so. So
guess why? It's because Hamas is there.
Gaza's second largest city, Khan Yunis, is partially left in ruin as the Israeli military forces move ahead with their bombing campaign in this densely populated region. Now, it is footage like what you just.
But we're not going to blame Hamas for that. We're just going to blame the Israeli military because they just want to bomb civilians for no reason, right?
Saw that has more and more people up in arms, young people protesting, demanding freedom, safety, and humanitarian aid for the Palestinian people. But when you talk to some politicians like Republican Nikki Haley, she'd have you believe that everything that we're seeing with our own 2 eyes has no impact on why people would want to protest. It's actually social media we got to look out for. Let's watch.
We really do need to ban TikTok once and for all. And let me tell you why. For every 30 minutes that someone watches TikTok every day, they become 17% more anti-Semitic, more pro-Hamas based on doing that.
I don't know where her numbers are coming from that, but don't think that's a reason to ban TikTok. I think that's a reason to manage social media in some way to prevent disinformation from spreading. Aaron P. donated $2, want to debate him again. Sex work, maybe.
Well, is hypersexuality just a compulsion to masturbate, or is it a compulsion to have sexual experiences?
I mean, either way.
Should we give in to our compulsions, Destiny? That's what I would ask him right here. I'd say just right there. I'd be like, so you're saying we should give in to our compulsions? So like if someone has a compulsion to kill somebody, should they give in to this too, just because it would satisfy that? Like, that's stupid.
Maybe.
Compulsion that you are.
I might debate him. Thanks for that donation, Aaron.
Many red pillers are announcing that Destiny's divorce proves they are right about red pill, and that poly don't work. I don't think that's true. If anything, the problems that caused the divorce would have much sooner caused messy, unamicable breakup.
Well, like, if anything, I think it proves them wrong because, like, Mel's willing to get rid of her relationship with, like, you know, a successful high-value man over some, like, dumb emotional bullshit. So I don't know how that really proves the red pill. I think it really just shows that managing your relationship in a given particular way is a bad idea. Like, I'm sure Destiny could have managed his open relationship a bit better to where, the breakup wouldn't happen. But thanks for the donation, Darth Putin. I gotta just take a piss. I'll be right back.
What's your good dog? You being silly? Hmm? You being silly? Hmm? Little stinkies. Hmm? Being silly? Okay, scoot. Scoot.
At this point I hope that not only the young turds go bankrupt but that Schenk Yogurt Sentry never becomes precedent.
I agree, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Would you say 10 hours of moderate aerobic exercise per week is enough for the full health benefits?
You need high intensity, vigorous exercise, ideally. So 10 hours of moderate aerobic exercise is good, but some of that should make up vigorous, high intensity exercise. So I think the actual recommendation is about an hour to an hour and a half of vigorous exercise per day. So yeah, moderate aerobic isn't quite enough if you're talking about ideal circumstances. So yeah, I would aim for about an hour, hour and a half of vigorous exercise. So some of that being like weight training, some of that being aerobic activity at a high threshold, and some of it being, moderate aerobic threshold. Thanks for the donation though, Sean.
Yes, defend Destiny. He helped you during a depressed slump and gave you advice despite her past with him.
Yeah, I don't know what Speakeasy's take is on this, but I'll see.
Good job. Look, see, it was almost out. I'm telling you, there's like one more little jiggle and it would have been out.
Murder is clearly unjustified killing, right? Where we talk about murder. I'm just saying that the word murder means that's unjustified killing. It's baked into there's such a thing as a justified murder. When you use the word cheating, then you're begging the question. Of course, it's wrong. Yeah. But the question is whether or not these behaviors can be engaged in like consensual ways.
My
Right? So to say
point-
like,
my-
oh well, that takes us back to what is sex for. Then maybe that's fine. Yeah, I'm just go right ahead. Yeah, I'm just saying that you can't just keep calling it cheating over and over and over again because you're begging the question. You're loading in with the word cheating is baked into this idea that a boundary is being violated or that a non-consensual activity is happening, and that might be your position and that might be your opinion, but you can't have that perspective on two other people's boundaries. If they say, well, in our relationship we're allowed to watch porn, it's inappropriate
Well,
for
I
you
was
to call that
actually making
cheating.
a different point in response to Jasmine's
Well, no, hold on. I'm
position.
just being clear because Jasmine contradicted that point, and then you tried to explain why. Well, actually, it is always infidelity. When infidelity again has baked into it that you're tautologically trying to define away the argument, which is whether or not you can engage in these behaviors in a healthy way. And you're saying, well, obviously you can't because it's infidelity. It's like, well, you're begging the question. So if we're going to talk about the behaviors themselves, we can, but you can't call them
You
all
can
cheating.
define the
infidelity,
terms
right?
as you please. I think my point here with
Well,
Jasmine,
hold on. Wait, what I'm defining is that please, we all agree that that's what those words mean. Every single person watching. Infidelity and cheating means that you are doing something in contradiction to what your partner wants. We all agree with that, and we all agree
well,
that
it's
those are bad.
specific to sexual behavior.
Sure,
outside
but
of your
everybody here
relationship with
agrees that
your
infidelity and cheating is bad, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we all agree with that. So then why say like, well, this is cheating? We already agree that that's bad.
I mean,
It's whether
we
or
can
not it is
agree
cheating,
to
right?
disagree on the point that yes, I think it is infidelity
Well,
or cheating.
So you think that
to
if,
have
like,
sex outside of
two
your
people are in a
marriage,
relationship
I
and
think
they say
is
that, hey,
infidelity
it's
or
okay if we
cheating.
watch porn, you think they're still cheating on each other?
I
in
think
your
that is
world?
being unfaithful to each other. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So she has a different view on it.
Yeah, I
she has a
understand, but
different-
Okay, yeah, that's weird. Like if they had the agreement, they have the agreement. It's not cheating. That's a that's not cheating.
definition, I guess.
And we can agree to disagree.
You
on
want to call it like not like loyal, or I don't even know if you can call it that. Like, if you want to call it not exclusive, I guess you could call it that.
I don't think he has any real positions on that whole thing that I really would disagree with. I don't know. Probably wouldn't be an interesting debate. All right, let's see some more bloach mode.
They're not crazy strict, but they don't need to be because we're working the bicep.
Yeah, you clearly need more strict form. Dude, you're like swinging and jerking up 95 pounds, and your arms are tiny.
Very, very hard here. I'm actually getting a great bicep pump, and I'm feeling a lot of stimulus when I'm doing these this way. Very happy with that. I'm going to keep doing that. But the other thing is, keep in mind, because there is that rotation happening in the shoulder, that brings other muscles in as well. Keeping in mind, I keep tension on the bicep because watch my wrist position when I do those. When I'm at the top, the bicep is still loaded. That's kind of a big deal. And I'm shocked because my generation all knew that because we all read that Arnold Schwarzenegger book and he explained all that to us like 30 years ago, whatever it was, 25. You know, we all read that book and he explained that in there. Oh, you know, you just cock the wrist back like this and you won't strain your forearms and it won't be a forearm exercise. You'll actually work your bicep. See all these guys doing the opposite. They're trying to get into a wrist curl. And then when they get to the top, there's no load on the bicep. In this case, people can see that when soon
He's just swinging the weight up. There's not an adequate amount of tension across his bicep for a prolonged enough period of time. Like you can just see his arms. His arms are fucking tiny. And then he's saying, oh, this way I'm getting way more tension across the bicep. You're swinging the weight up and just letting it fucking drop.
as it starts reverse on the eccentric, the bicep takes all of it. When you do it that way, as soon as you get to that peak contraction, you start lowering, you're at the contracted position and the bicep takes the entire eccentric load.
It's not going to take the eccentric load when you just let the bar fucking drop.
What does that mean?
Blaha is a fucking clown, dude. Oh, here we go.
Percent. But I did the breaks really short on these because this is just not as difficult of a movement. Even
What
if it feels
does
really
he think
fatiguing
he's
at the end.
doing?
These aren't really to failure. I'm just chasing a stretch and a pump. So I did really short breaks, like 30 seconds, just to get these out of the way quicker. I think if I try to increase weight on these, though, which I may in the future, all right, we might have to take longer breaks. Because I haven't been working on progressively overloading these. I'm just focused on the stretch, building up to the 45 and getting this range of motion. And the range of motion is improved.
You know, it's funny. He talks about people being lazy when they train. He's one of the laziest fucking people I've seen when it comes to fucking training. Like, when it comes to exercises he doesn't want to do, he just does fuck all.
It's not fully where I want it yet, but it's improved. You know, I actually had someone in the comments go, can you do, are you good at overhead squats? And I'm like, I don't think I could do an overhead squat with a broomstick. I don't.
So for the one session, he literally only benched. He didn't do any fucking accessory work either. And then he's wondering why he can't get to 405.
I don't know that I can get my arms into that position yet. Again, this is why we're doing all this stretching movements, all this stuff pulling my arms above my head. This is the area things I haven't been able to do. But you look at what do these movements bring aesthetically to the table, they'll bring a lot. Okay.
That is embarrassing. Like, actually embarrassing. Bench day, another bench day, 3 days ago.
Hey.
Fuck his rail.
Well, fuck you, Derek. Thanks for the donation. Jalen donated $2. Did you watch the Bival video? What do you think? I haven't seen it yet. I still gotta watch it. Thanks for the donation, man.
Everybody, it's Jason Blaha here, and once again it is time for a bench press day. And today I pretty much kept with what I've been doing. I did back the volume down one set on the bench and the chin-ups today, and the reason for that, I had a ridiculous amount of DOMs in my pecs all through the weekend. And I realized, man, this type of training for my chest on the bench is really effective for me to be doing all these wide grip pause reps, flat back for high reps.
Okay, so this is the exact same workout.
So I'm going to have to ease into it a hair, but I feel that the overall volume is going to be really, really...
That is hilarious. So right now, I'm able to do 280 for sets of 10. And he's only doing 225. And he still says he's stronger than me. Let's see his informative videos. Why the squat is king of all exercises.
Hey everybody, it's Jason Blaha here, and today I want to chat with you guys a little bit about the barbell back squat and why I feel it is the king of exercises. You know, and when I bring this up, other people will say, well, you don't need the squat for leg growth. Well, yeah, that's true. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not saying squats are required for leg growth. What I'm saying is they're a foundational exercise. And a lot of people need other supplemental work for quad growth and things like that beyond the squat. And I'm not denying that. But it does not remove their place as a fundamental exercise. Again, people say, well, front squats. Well, hey, I think front squats are great. Not everyone can do them effectively. In my opinion, the front squat is harder to master. There's going to be a lot more mobility involved, and it doesn't do more than the back squat does. So we need a context for that, right? I feel like, again, the overall loading of the back squat brings a little more to the table. And I'm not saying front squats are not a great exercise. I prescribe them to people routinely. And I think they can be very, very successfully implemented when combined with back squats. But the thing is, you look at the sport like weightlifting that uses the front squat almost as part of the sport-specific training. Most of them still back squat. Not all of them, but the majority of the top champions in that still do back squats. A lot of them do a lot of back squats.
This guy is only strong on squats and deads. Can't do any push movements with good weight. He has no development. Also, squats are easy to get strong in. You can even have weak quads and just raise it up with your hips.
Well, yeah, he's only good at squats and deadlifts. Any other exercise, he just sucks at them. And yes, depending on how you do squats, you don't need particularly strong quads, especially if you have a low bar style squat. I think Blaha does have fairly strong quads, but yeah, his squat has actually regressed tremendously, because he was before doing sets of squats with 405, and now he's only doing 315. So I'm assuming he's using less steroids right now, and that's why all of his lifts, including a squat and dead, are way, way behind again. But he just doesn't know how to fucking train, period. He relies entirely off of drugs. Thanks for the donation, though, Gohan.
Let's come over and discuss this. It just has to do with overall loading and demands placed upon the body. Okay? It has the potential to work the quads, glutes, and adductors in an extremely effective way that can build all of them. Again, depending upon how you perform it. I'm not telling you to do a low bar power squat necessarily. I'm doing Olympic type squats here, right? The bar's sitting up on my traps. Okay? I'm not going crazy wide. I kind of go with the stance that allows me to get the deepest personally, get the most stretch in my quads. That's what I do, right? But I've also done power squatting in the past where I go real wide, right? But that cuts depth. So really what I'm telling people is a bar placement and a stance that lets you get pretty deep, lets you...
Dog. What are you doing?
Are you being sneaky?
I heard her doing something back there.
Yeah, but she's looking for a snack. I bet this puppy's looking for a snack.
Hey, Jasmine.
Yes?
Could you make me a coffee, please?
No.
Okay.
Dog.
Okay,
you go.
well, I guess I got a dog now.
Oh, wow. Oh, your mouse. She's like, what have you done? She's like, where am I? What am I doing? What's happening? Things like, what about me? Here's a dog. She's breeding. There's another one. You see?
Jesus. Okay, take her.
He says I'm done.
get well below parallel. Like that's what you should be shooting for, right? One that really puts that stretch on your quads. And so the question becomes, why? Because it's a full body exercise. It's a full body exercise. It places a lot of stress on the body. It can absolutely grow those three primary movers, the quads, the glutes, the adductors. Those are some of the biggest muscles in the body. They are the primary movers on it. And anyone who tells you you can't build quads with a squat, they don't know how to teach the squat for your body type. Now, is it better for that for some body types more than others? Yes, but you can still build the quads with other body types. Okay. But when you look at what it brings to the table for...
Okay, boring.
Hey everybody, it's Jason Blaha here, and I thought I would sit down and do a video for you guys in response to a comment I got. Get a sip of my water, get my radio voice going. Give you guys a forearm shot. Let's talk about this. All right. This is one of these points I'm going to hit home because I really and truly believe, based upon the sum total scientific evidence, that the carnivore diet is probably the worst thing anyone has ever come up with. I would even go so far as to say it may actually in some ways be worse than a standard American diet. Other than a lot of people lose weight on it, and that's probably the only redeeming thing that keeps it from being worse. And that's kind of the take home. Literally, the ability to create a calorie deficit on it is the only reason it is not worse than a standard American diet.
Well, you can create a calorie deficit on a standard American diet so that's not necessarily a benefit of the diet. I would say carnivore diet is worse than a standard American diet. It's probably, you're probably more likely to be deficient in a number of things. Namely vitamin C, if you're actually following a carnivore diet. As traditionally outlined, you're not going to get enough vitamin C from eating only skeletal muscle tissue. And you do see, anecdotally, people reporting getting symptoms of scurvy following a carnivore diet. I've seen people claim after following it for over a month, their gums are starting to bleed and their teeth are getting loose. That's a classic symptom of scurvy. On top of that, you are going to be deficient in a number of things, like certain B vitamins, folate deficiencies, especially for pregnant women, are very dangerous because they can lead to birth defects in children, Down syndrome being one of them. So I would say it's demonstrably worse. It's way higher in saturated fat and cholesterol. You're more likely to get vitamin and mineral deficiencies because, again, you're only eating skeletal muscle tissue. Devoid of fiber. And a lot of people also claim they gain weight on a carnivore diet because, again, it's usually so high in fat. So it's not even necessarily a benefit of the diet that you're able to maintain a caloric deficit. Silver Surfer donated $2. Who's right, Nikki Haley or Crowder?
Fuck this piece of shit cunt. People like this should not have pets in her care if this is how she treats them. Though I do feel that there's justice served with the resistance.
I don't want to watch this. Thanks for the donation, dude.
We really do need to ban TikTok once and for all. And let me tell you why. For every 30 minutes that someone watches TikTok, every day, they become 17% more anti-Semitic, more pro-Hamas based on doing that. We really do need to ban TikTok.
Crowder is definitely more right than Nikki Haley. I don't know where she got that stupid number from.
That's it. It's ridiculous. And so when people say you can't deny the Jordan Peterson thing and Michaela, yes, you absolutely can. And here's the thing. Jordan Peterson has caused an enormous amount of harm by promoting this. To the point where, irrespective, because I don't care what his other opinions are, I don't follow his work, that because he has created so much harm by popularizing the carnivore diet, his net evil contribution to humanity is evil. Okay? Because I always say that we balance the scales. None of us are completely good or completely bad. It's all about balancing the scales in life. And in this case, any good he could have done, whether you believe that it's good or not, is offset by the sheer destructive evil that he's caused by this. Because it is really stupid. And the thing with his daughter's IBS, what people have to understand, there are other methods of treating IBS that are...
I don't think she ever claimed she had IBS. IBS isn't even a particular condition. It's irritable bowel syndrome is like a catch-all phrase for just saying you have some sort of general discomfort or problem with your digestion. It's not an actual condition. But I don't think she even claimed she had IBS. She just claimed she had sensitivities with food. She would claim that if she ate strawberries or something, she'd get depression, just nonsense like that. She also claimed she thought that certain foods contributed to her early onset arthritis. but she has no evidence of that. Apparently she had rheumatoid arthritis.
More effective, that you don't just go to the extreme of cutting out all vegetables from your diet long term. That's ludicrous, because you're going to kill yourself with other stuff. In other words, okay, so you've temporarily alleviated symptoms of the condition, and just as many people following a low FODMAP approach have better approaches. And you need to consult, and a lot of times people have trouble with this because they don't follow dietary recommendations. I know lots of people who they get dietary recommendations for whatever illness they have, and then they don't follow it fully. You know, and this is why you have problems. Just like people who have had celiacs. There have been so many cases of people diagnosed with celiacs who are like, well, I occasionally try to work a small piece of bread in. Well, you can't do that, ever. That's it. That there's for life. You have celiacs, you don't touch gluten even in trace amounts. You don't. And if you do, then you're stupid. So we come over to this thing of, if you cut your vegetables to zero, and this is not my opinion, this is evidence and data from country after country after country after country. All right, vegetable intake is inversely correlated with cancer rates, cardiovascular disease, all these things. And it's not just a small difference. It's even inversely correlated with obesity. In other words, statistically, people who eat very large amounts of vegetables get all of these diseases at dramatically lower rates than people who don't. It's not a small difference. It's enormous. It's one of the largest lifestyle factors.
One of the few things Blaha is right about.
It is up near the top. So it's things like fruit and vegetable intake. You're taking them to zero. What you are doing is dramatically increases your chances of getting cancer and various cardiovascular disease. And then people say, well, I know this person who never had those, or I did whatever carnivore for 20 years. Nobody's been doing carnivore for 20 years. Shut up. This is a fairly new phenomenon. You haven't gone over 20 years without eating vegetables. And if you have, don't tell me your health is perfect, because I know it's not. But you also, if you haven't gotten cancers and things, you've just gotten lucky. That is on par with someone saying,
Sengoku donated $2 delusional or base.
Nobody gives a fuck in the grand scheme if you're like a little bit more jacked. A month of trend makes you more jacked, but not the right home. Like if you're a guy that thinks like you're just gonna get fucking mad raining down on you because you got a bicep vein, don't even give a shit about that, man. You like listen to some band she likes and you wear your hat sideways. That's it. You're in. You're like, okay, really? That's it? Also, you know, the confidence, how you dress, how you carry yourself. That's what really gets you laid. Steroids, how jacked you are. You're sitting in the back of homeroom like this, not jacked. You're not getting it. You sit in the back of homeroom like this, and you're jacked. You're not getting it. One way or another. So if you're trying to get laid, you're trying to impress women, steroids are not the way to do that. Trust me, fellas. Believe me, I've tried shit out here. You boy, look, the Sahara Desert, and I'm jacked as didn't work. Nobody gives a.
Yeah, I'd say that's based. It ain't gonna get you pussy. Thanks for the donation though, Sengoku.
I played one round of Russian roulette and I'm still alive. Therefore, Russian roulette's not dangerous. That is the level of logic. Because 5 out of 6, you're still alive, right? It's not dangerous. I'm alive. I don't think it's risky. Now, people say you can't compare a carnivore diet to a 1 in 6 chance you're going to die right there from it. Really? I think we could take it to 3. I think you could run 3 in the chamber.
Adderall will fix you. Richard donated $2. Let me see. Adam22 picks a little D to sleep with his wife as the Plug reality show finishes. The fuck?
The person who's gonna f my wife is Lil D.
Stop playing with me!
Hey, my boy.
All right, bro.
Should we go upstairs right now?
I'm with it. I don't give a f. Let's do it.
Boy, the things I'm gonna do to you.
I'm excited.
This is gonna be the night of your life. Hey, we're not on camera yet. Okay.
Wait, hold on, my bad.
He just won. Let him touch it.
I gotta be the husband of the year. Let me tell you, I am the one. The person who's gonna.
I saw that porn video Lena did with that huge black dude. Is pretty mid. Just wasn't that great. Anyway, thanks for the donation. Adderall will fix you, Richard.
I think that's on par with the carnivore diet. Trying to do a carnivore diet long term is literally like playing Russian roulette with 3 in the chamber, not with 1. I think that's a reasonable, completely reasonable assessment. So you come over to the point of that, you got Peterson who has promoted this nonsense. That is causing harm. You need to do some internal housekeeping, Jordan. And let's set all that stuff aside. What about the long-term effects for your gut health? People are doing this oftentimes for severe IBS. Okay, well, what happens when you've been doing it for a year or 2 and you have gut flora extinction? Again, my friend Alex Leaf, he did graduate work in protein overfeeding. It's one of the guys I've cited for some of that. I'm friends with him and his wife, Brianna. They've repeatedly pointed this out. This is a problem. The gut flora extinction is a real thing. And once your gut flora from getting no fiber for food have died off, you may not be able to get them back. So now you're going to have an almost untreatable, bigger version of IBS in the long term. Okay? There may be no coming back from it. Now, there is certain success rates with fecal transplants. For those not curious, that is literally what it sounds like. Someone else's.
Usually when people claim they have IBS or something, unless they have some kind of actual diagnosis of something wrong, I just think they're full of shit. Like, people complain about farting a bit. I mean, is that necessarily a fucking problem? There are so many people who make such a huge fucking deal out of nothing. Like, okay, they feel a little bloated or they fart a bit more. That doesn't mean there's necessarily anything fucking wrong with you. And usually those sorts of feelings go away if you just stick to the same diet long enough. Like, if I introduce foods that I'm not used to, I fart a bit more. Like cherries, I'll fart like crazy when I first start eating them, when they get back in season. And then after a couple weeks of just eating cherries regularly, I stopped farting.
React to this.
Let me see, Dodo.
Since 2015, an unprecedented movement has been sweeping courts around the world. Groups of young plaintiffs, some as young as 7, are suing their governments for their inaction on tackling climate change. For example, in the winter of 2018, 25 young Colombians, including indigenous youths, sued their government for failing to reduce deforestation in the Amazon and falling short on climate promises. This suit, as well as others, argued that destructive environmental policies put the plaintiffs' current and future lives at risk. Climate inaction violates their basic human rights, specifically the right to a healthy environment, health, food, and water. But what do human rights have to do with the environment? Do you have the right to breathe clean air? To live in a world with white rhinos, polar bears, and lemur leaf frogs? What about the right to mangroves and coral reefs? The first international document to outline human rights was adopted by the newly formed United Nations in 1948 against the backdrop of 2 world wars.
Don't show these on your share screen. These are the comments on Joey's post. And disturbed that he hasn't taken me down.
Racist settler, colonizer, Israel hell has no right to exist. Israel has no right to self-defense. Oppressor like Israel, blah, blah, blah. Jesus Christ.
Bitch.
Yeah, that guy is a piece of shit. Thanks for that donation, Anonymous. Cat Daddy, thanks for that donation, dude. Appreciate it.
Wars marked by countless atrocities and barbaric acts. This document, known as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, or UDHR, describes the inherent freedoms that belong to all people, no matter who they are or where they live, and which can't be granted or revoked. It establishes rights like freedom of thought, political liberties like the right to a fair trial, and socioeconomic and cultural rights like the right to adequate housing and health care. While the UDHR itself is non-binding, its formation gave people an internationally recognized set of ethics and standards and laid the foundation for human rights law. And since 1948, these liberties have been woven into international treaties, constitutions, and laws, meaning that countries have opted to uphold and protect them. As a result, countless individual human rights struggles and movements have been granted legitimacy and a legal basis for pursuing justice. The UDHR makes no mention of nature, biodiversity, or climate. These rights instead first took hold at the national level. Many countries within the global south, often influenced by indigenous laws and worldviews, incorporated the right to a healthy environment into their constitutions and regional treaties. Soon, human rights advocates were calling on the rest of the world and the United Nations to recognize this right as well. Many argued that the very principles of the UDHR depend on access to healthy ecosystems. Each year, millions of people die from air and water pollution. Diversity, government was to change rhinos.
Okay, that's interesting, Dodo. That's just great.
Fecal matter is taken out and put inside you to try to reproliferate your gut flora. There is some success with that, but it's not 100%. This is the problem you're creating with this sort of nonsense. And so people will say, well, you can't deny it. Well, you can deny anything you want because the data doesn't support it. And a few case studies of people having some improvements when you don't know what else they did because people are claiming it. We're not talking about these medical doctors and dietitians are documenting what she did or didn't do or her current stuff in health. They're not documenting this. This is a person claiming it. All right? This is just a person claiming it. You don't have real documentation of it and the benefits and how supposedly healthy she is now. And then what do we say? What happens if 3 years from now she gets cancer?
Jordan Peterson's wife actually did get really aggressive kidney cancer. And that was, I think, 2 years after following a carnivore diet. It's pretty hilarious. And Michaela will say, oh, my parents' health is amazing after following the carnivore diet. And then she, funnily enough, leaves out her mom getting fucking cancer whenever she mentions how healthy her parents are on a carnivore diet.
Gets a severe cancer and dies from it. Are people then going to say, well, you can't deny the effectiveness? Right?
Well, Blaha is right for the most part on that particular issue, funnily enough. Let's see what else we have to poop to tonight. Say Turkey Tom, depression advice for Zoomers.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first ever episode of of Tom Vlogs. Welcome to my vlog. Hope the steering wheel column view is fun. I've been thinking about doing videos like this for a while. I mean, obviously I'm not the first person to do it. But...
Geez, I just heard you read that post that guy sent about Israel. What the fuck is wrong with our species?
There are far too many dum-dums among our species, for sure. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I have a lot on my mind lately, and thought I would share some wisdom with you guys, because I don't have much wisdom. I don't have much, or at least I don't have a lot that I feel comfortable giving out, because I'm like 21 and kind of stupid. Like I don't have a ton of life experience, but there is some.
You know, speaking of farts, it brought up a memory of my past where I almost got detention for it. I wasn't vegan, but the school lunch that day was bean and cheese chili and I wasn't used to it. I couldn't stop farting and laughing during class. I was moved to the back.
I remember I ripped a really, really large fart in class once, and everybody laughed. But thanks for that donation, Ben.
1. I'm here too. I'm queer 3. I'm not going anywhere 4. So get used to it. Blackie.
Alright, I'll try my best to get used to it. Thanks for the donation, Cat Daddy.
Some stuff that I do know, and the advice that I will give out is stuff that I'm very sure of. Just from, you know, my own personal experiences, but also, you know, knowledge passed down from the elders. Just got some ash in the window thing. It tends to fall in there sometimes. Anyway, depression is the topic of today's video, particularly how to deal with it. Now, I don't know about clinical depression. Despite the music I listen to and the way I look, I think a lot of people assume that because I like emo music, I'm like a depressed person. I'm actually not. I'm not prone to mental illness either, which is nice. Because I've known people who are, and it's very debilitating. I would not wish clinical depression on my worst enemy. It's dark, it sucks. But I have had depressive periods of my life. I haven't had one in a while, but the winter is coming. It is bleak and cold here in New England. It's getting real cold. I mean, there's stuff you can do outside, like skiing. I like skiing, but it is going to be, you know, you're not getting the proper vitamin D. Maybe it's a little dark. Things can get bleak in the winter. I get that, and you know, especially if you're someone who's just kind of going through the motions of daily life as an adult. If you're a single guy or a single gal, and you're trying to figure out who you are and who you're going to be for the rest of your life, you know, things can get kind of bleak. And I have a little advice. So the periods of my life where I've been the most depressed, sad, felt the feelings of helplessness, loneliness, I've been the periods when I haven't been doing much, you know, those long periods of life when, you know, you're working a shitty job you don't really like, or you're going to school for someone you don't really like. And, you know, there have been periods in my life that have been pretty lonely. I haven't had a lot of friends around to talk to, not even about this stuff, but just about anything. You know, I've had decently long, lonely periods, and it's painful, you know, when you're a human. I think you're supposed to want and enjoy social connection, and if you're not getting that, things start to fall apart really quickly for everything else. So I would say try to get some good friends around you, but obviously that's just kind of bullshit advice. The only thing that has made me genuinely happy in life, I guess it's kind of a two-part answer, but it's like people and then like doing something, and these things are directly tied to each other. If you're not doing something with your life and like working towards building a better future for yourself in some way, then I don't think you're going to meet people that you are like-minded and you can sort of connect with and mesh with. And all it really takes is one to feel like you're a real person again. And if you're just kind of in one of these long depressive periods, things aren't going to be good. I'll give you guys an example. So there's this person I used to be friends with. I'm not anymore because he went kind of crazy. And I don't know, I can't help him with that. He went kind of nuts on me. I had a lot of other people. But he's this kid who his parents never pushed him for anything. He had a pretty poor GPA in high school. Never went to college. Has never worked a job. I think he worked a job for like 1 month and got fired because he was so bad at it. And it was like a grocery store job. So he should have been able to do that at the very least. But he spent a lot of time alone in his room. He basically spent the majority of his day sleeping and like talking on Discord a little bit. And he said he was like a YouTuber, but he wasn't really making anything. I mean, he just wasn't. he doesn't really do things. And he would message me once in a while about this stuff, and I would try to help him. He would be like, I'm depressed. I don't know what to do. I feel helpless. I want to an hero. And obviously I was trying to talk him down from that now and then. But also, one of the things I encourage him to do the most is just fill up your time with anything. I think if you're doing nothing, literally nothing, you're just living with mom and dad, rotting away. I think doing something, even if it's kind of a shitty thing, is better than doing literally nothing. Because at the very least,
I would agree with that. I think if you're alone with your thoughts for too long and you have a tendency to think very negatively, you can very easily start convincing yourself of things that aren't true or you shouldn't really be thinking about. So keeping busy is important for mental health.
you have something to fill up your time. If you just have time to ruminate and think about these things, you're going to go crazy. And I'm someone who personally, I know a lot of people when you're depressed, they say you should talk to someone about it. Talk to someone about it. Talk to a friend. Console in someone. Confide in someone. Talk about your feelings. I have gotten very, very little in my life from talking about how I feel. I've gotten almost nothing, I would say, from talking to people about how I feel. It's nice to have someone there to, just talk about your feelings a little bit, but that's really just almost like a non-step towards happiness. Ruminating in your feelings and talking to people about it constantly and just over and over and over, it's just not going to do anything. You can talk about how you feel. I'm not supporting this. In The Sopranos, Tony's the strong, silent type. I'm not suggesting you do that because it's good to talk to people about how you feel. It's good to feel a human connection, and it's good to feel like there's someone there to just prove that you're a real person. You're not living in fucking simulation, in the Matrix. But that's not what you need to do for happiness. What you need to do is fill up your time with things that are building towards something. I'm in a pretty unique position where I got sort of what I wanted to do figured out early, which is broadly speaking, video content, entertainment, making things. But periods when I've been doing nothing has been so mind numbing. One of the things that really helped me out was going to the gym. And I know this sounds like just the most basic advice. And when I wasn't going to the gym, I didn't want to hear go to the gym to make yourself, I just didn't get it. And it's not even about getting jacked. It's not even about getting big. It's not about that. The gym is such a nice linear thing in terms of progress you can make. And it's relatively inexpensive. If you have a job, you can probably support a gym membership. Even a cheap one, Planet Fitness, 24-hour fitness, you can probably go there. And it's such a nice linear thing because you can see the progress happen in real time. If you're going to the gym consistently and you're really trying, and you can just look up routines online or ask someone who goes to the gym, you will start to see muscle growth and progress pretty quickly. You'll see it pretty quickly. Within a month and a half, 2 months, I started seeing a change in my body. And that's such an encouraging thing when you're in that kind of depressive state, to see that things you actively do in your life, if you work at them, can actually improve and change. And once I started going to the gym, which I think was January, maybe beginning of February of 2023, things really started to come together. I wasn't depressed in general, but I definitely was feeling something missing, and the gym changed a lot for me. The gym gave me something to work towards actively. The gym gave me kind of a meter stick for progress in life that I could see oh, I'm getting bigger. I am working on my health. I feel better. The gym also helps you sleep better, which periods of my life when I haven't been sleeping, that's depression fuel right there. The periods just going to the gym just changes everything. It makes you more happy as a person, I think. You get endorphin release from lifting weights, and after you feel so much better. And once again, the process of watching muscle build is so important. It's so important. And especially if you're, I think for everyone, the gym is important. If you're a girl, if you're a Latina gat, which I know a lot of, I think that it's important for you too. But as a guy, if you're not going to the gym, you just need to go. You need to go.
Based.
Your self-confidence will increase. Your posture will get better. Your confidence in social situations will get better. Your perception of self will change so much.
I was always saying this while smoking a cigarette.
Because it is literal proof that the things you work towards can measurably change, and you can watch it happen. And the gym's a really direct way to see that. And once you do that, other things in your life, like other things in my life, have started to fall into place. The gym creates discipline. If you're going to the gym and you're serious about it, you're going to be going at least every other day, really, right? 3 or 4 times a week. You're going to have a sense of structure. You're going to have a sense of structure to your life. You're going to have a sense of getting something done that's important to you. And it's not something that, like, the gym is not something that you'll get immediate validation for from everyone else. I mean, obviously, if you look more jacked, people will compliment you. When you walk into a room, you will feel more put together and better. But proving to yourself that you can do something like that and you can actually change is really good. If you're not going to the gym, the advice I have right now, if you're whether you're happy with your life or not, go to the gym. Go to the fucking gym. Go. I'm so serious. Go. If you're a viewer of mine, you're watching this, and any piece of my advice.
I never thought I'd ever hear a based take from Joe Brogan, lol.
Let me take a look, Ben.
If there's ever one thing that someone can do to stop aging, it's lift weights. And don't stop. And don't do it for vanity. Do it because you want to keep your tissue. Like, think of it as like age is like a little demon that's slowly robbing you of your tissue. Christian. Your ability to walk upstairs, your ability to open up jars, your ability to open the car door when it's frozen. All that shit is real. And the only way to stave that off is weightlifting. You have to lift heavy things. You don't want to do anything too heavy where you hurt yourself, but you want to get your body accustomed to this idea that in order to survive, it has to lift things. And you need to give that body nutrients. And I don't care if you like lift your own body, your body's heavy. You can do chin-ups and push-ups and body squats. That's all great stuff. Just full body motion that makes your body know that this is a regular part of your life. If there's ever one thing that someone can do.
Yep, he's right about that. Weightlifting is definitely important. Thanks for that donation, Ben.
The reason why millennials and Zoomers have such high rates of depression is because we're fucking broke. We were told to take out loans and go to college, only to get into massive debt, slave at a job we hate, and can't even afford basic necessities.
I'm sure that is in large part a reason why a lot of Zoomers are experiencing higher levels of depression. I think on top of that, also knowing that you could make more money is another reason people are depressed. Because of social media, you see all these rich people everywhere. And knowing what you're missing out on is also a big factor. Thanks for the donation, though, Mike.
Matters to you. If my opinion matters to you whatsoever in any way, in literally any way, just start working out. Do it. I'm thankful that a few people in my life have taken my advice when I like harass them to go to the gym, and they've told me that it really changed their perception of self. And I'm thankful for that because like when I started going to the gym, I was getting advice secondhand from other people. And for the longest time, I was like, oh, the gym is just gay. It's just to impress other guys. And like, there is like a homosexual aspect to gym bro culture, undoubtedly. Like, you don't need to get super shredded, but if you're just going and you're getting bigger and you're watching your biceps and chest get bigger and you're watching your abs come in a little bit, you're watching your shoulders get bigger, you're watching your traps come in, you'll feel so much better. You will. And once you have that basic building block of like, I can actually accomplish things with what I do, other things in your life will start to come together. And if you're genuinely working towards these things, whether it be your career in terms of what you want to do, whether it be your personal social relationships, whether it be your relationships with girls or with guys if you're a gat, once you see you can do that with the gym, you will see that you can do that actively with everything else. Life really is like problem solving. You need to be good at problem solving. You need to be good at understanding the processes that will build you better things. You know, if you're depressed, you're probably not thinking long term about how your life can improve. You're probably not thinking about that. You're probably thinking about cutting yourself, and you're probably thinking about popcorn and soda and sleep. You know, this kid that I knew, he didn't see in his mind that he could really do anything, and I would try to convince him so much. And no matter what I told him, like, he would have moments of clarity where he'd be like, oh shit, you're right. and then he would just like, he didn't have the mental fortitude to push past that. Maybe it's part of it being an only child. Maybe part of it is like his parents never pushed him for anything, which like his parents failed him, by the way. His parents really did fail him on that. I'm so thankful that I had parents who like would make me crack the books in high school. Even when I didn't want to, they would like, or like punish me for shit. I don't think this kid ever got punished once for anything he did. I mean, he had like a 2 flat GPA or something crazy like that. I'm not saying I'm a super smart, super sweetie genius, but like I did pretty good in high school. I tried a little bit. And I had like goals in mind that I outlined for myself as far as like, I want to work a job that I'm happy doing. And I kind of lucked out with my obsession in life being YouTube because I didn't get into it to make money. I got into it just because I liked making videos. I liked this like idea of like a revolving community of people to interact with. I thought that was cool. I always thought the internet was a really interesting world that I wanted to be an active like member of the dialogue or something. But even beyond that, just like making something that made me feel like I was doing something really was important to me. And I only really started taking the money seriously once I got to college and I realized that I didn't want to be there at all. And I already knew that I didn't want to be there, but once I was there, it really dawned on me that like, I need to figure out how to make this happen to make myself happy. Another thing I would say is that drugs are really bad. Don't do drugs. Like, don't smoke weed. Don't do like bars of Xanax. Don't do that. Don't do like Valium or just stop. No pills, no weed. I shouldn't even be smoking this. I guess this isn't really, and this is a drug. I guess it's not as extreme, but this is bad.
Booty Cam Donatellers, you got to this barber once you come out, you are at least 1% autism, watch all.
Ants repellent. Jason, how does your brain work? Oh my god.
This is gross. The chicken, the dirty chicken.
See, you're getting fired. Rob's getting fired because of you. Back to Walmart, Jason. What is that?
Oh man, I wish I could be happy like Jason.
Fucking God.
I'm putting it on my haircut, now I'll do like this.
John Kirby donated $2. Let me see. Name me one nation that is doing more to alleviate the pain and suffering of people in Gaza than the United States. You won't succeed. It just won't work.
The humanitarian situation. Tell me, name me one more nation.
Who is the man in the car? How are you feeling? You look less depressed.
Well, unfortunately, James, looks can be deceiving. I am not doing too well. I've had to take quite a lot of nicotine tonight.
You gotta debate the Saint Man needs a vegan alpha cock.
I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the Nation Hungry Space. That is Turkey Tom in the car that we're watching. But thanks for the donation, James.
Any other nation that's doing as much as the United States to alleviate the pain and suffering of the people of Gaza. You can't. You just can't. The United States, through President Biden, is leading the effort to get trucks, food, water, medicine, and fuel into the people of Gaza. Wait. Name another nation that's doing as more than the United States to get hostages out or to get people, foreign nationals, out of Gaza. You can't do it. And name another nation that is doing more to urge our Israeli counterparts, to be as cautious and deliberate as they can be in the prosecution of their military operations. You can't. The United States is at the forefront of this. Now,
okay, well, it's not wrong. Let me see.
You think he'd be tough by now. Now, here's the thing. So then, if he sees that occurring with another relationship, it hurts, jealousy. But then it's his woman who's never looked at him the way we...
This guy is a scam artist. I've seen him debate Destiny before, and he's absolute cancer. Thanks for the donation, though. Hungry Space.
Happy birthday, bro.
Alright, well, it's not my birthday, but thanks for the donation, Flo, for Rhythm Sonics.
Turkey Tom mentioning drugs made me think of this lol.
Drugs are bad. You shouldn't do drugs. If you do them, you're bad. Because drugs are bad, okay? It's a bad thing to do drugs, so don't be bad by doing drugs, okay? That'd be bad. Drugs are bad, okay?
That is true. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
You are my favorite person. Thank you for continuing to exist.
Well, I appreciate that, and thank you for the big donation. Really appreciate it. I will try to keep existing for as long as I can, but it is hard. Thanks again, man.
Someone's gonna get up and stab you with the scissors. Oh my.
Why is he laughing so much?
What voices are going on in your head right now? Whoa, did you watch Soul Train this morning or something? Since when do you do all these ridiculous dances?
Jason. What is he doing
Great, this video is going to be 30 minutes of Jason laughing like a hyena. That's the whole video.
I got the satellite ears, baby. Radio station. $10. Richardson.
Jason, you're trying to tell me that is motherfucking vandalism.
It wasn't
That is
on-
you crashing into one of these fucking poles.
Jason, when did that
It's red. This was probably at fucking Wendy's drive-thru just a couple hours ago before you got.
It happened 7 months ago, bro.
I'm right chipos, man. I got this, yeah.
Alright, shitbird, let's go.
Freakier by the day 13 like a bimbo train.
So you're proud to be a.
Hypnotherapy may help you. Also, an ACLM certified psychiatrist might help. You need to get to the source of your depression. Any new Frank vids?
I'm not sure if Frank has any new vids. I think he decided to take a break. Let me see. Yeah, no new Frank vids. I think he said he was going to take the next week or two off. But no new Frank vids, unfortunately. I am seeing a psychotherapist right now.
Now I'm sick of these tards. Also, I know what you're gonna say, but Richard, try some live resin edibles. They will help you feel better. Weed is safe, weed is good. Try different strains too.
The mandate.
I'll take a look at this in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum. Not sure if weed's really gonna help me. I don't think it will, because I used to vape and didn't really do anything for depression. But thanks for the donation, Bootycum. Yeah, so James, I am seeing a psychotherapist right now. I don't know if there really is any root to my depression, because I've had it since I was about 5 or 6. So I think it's likely a genetic thing, given how early I started getting it. But I'm trying. I have done hypnotherapy before, and it did help. I might try it again. It wasn't for depression, it was for something else. But I might try hypnotherapy again. Thanks for the donation, James.
Mandatory tourist shot at the bow of the Galaxy Leader. Yemenis have been flocking to the port of Al Salif on the Red Sea to visit the cargo ship, which was hijacked last month by Houthi rebels.
It's become an attraction for Yemenis from all over. Many come to tour it every day. Instead of going to parks and beaches, they're now visiting the Galaxy Leader.
Houthi commandos took control of the Bahamas-flagged car carrier on the 19th of November and released a slick propaganda video of the brazen hijack. They said the vessel...
Only reason I haven't killed myself is because I want to outlive my enemies. BTW, did you see that video where Matt Dillahunty rage quits and walks out of the debate?
I have seen that video. Apparently he's dating a trans girl. So that might be one of the reasons why he got so pissed off at James from the Crucible. So it's understandable. I can understand why he decided to walk off. I don't think it looked good optically for him, but I can understand why he did it. Thanks for that donation, Ben.
If that is true, maybe some gene therapy might help.
Unfortunately, I don't think they have gene therapy for depression yet. Maybe if I live long enough, there will be. But I have to, try other methods to help treat it. So drugs, there's that magnetic thing, psychotherapy, stuff like that. But thanks for the donation, James.
You're depressed because you're weak. You can't handle the real world and watch it through your PC. Bitch.
Alright, well, thanks for the help, Cat Daddy. Appreciate the donation.
vessel was Israeli-owned. Israel denies this, while Japan's Nippon Yusen said it operated the ship. But that doesn't matter to Yemenis, who are lining up to tour the...
That is a big ship.
It is a big ship indeed. Thanks for that donation, James.
Vessel they see as a symbolic blow to Israel and a show of support for Palestinians.
We will seize all his...
So they seized a Japanese ship that wasn't owned by Israel, and they're like, see, we owned you.
Israeli ships in and around the Red Sea.
Dude, their teeth are so fucked.
This is in defense of our brothers in Gaza and children being killed at hospitals and women in their homes.
The ship's crew of 25 are still being held inside. They've been allowed to contact their families, while governments from their countries in Eastern Europe, the Philippines and Mexico try to secure their release. United States ships in the area have also been targeted by Houthis, but so far the Pentagon has not retaliated, amid concerns of the Israel-Hamas conflict spilling across the region.
Well, that's not good.
Dumbass, huh?
Who cares?
Yeah, exactly. Who gives a shit? Everybody knows by now. It's no secret. Fucking lunatic.
How do you put it on the right?
Why the fuck are you wearing that belt like that? Jesus Christ. You're such a fucking imbecile. I can't even deal with this shit.
It's funny,
this
actually.
Fucking Monday, and I gotta put it back up there. We're gonna put more fucking weight on, stupid. Did you get any pussy?
I got some digits.
Huh?
I got some numbers.
Get some numbers?
Yeah.
So you probably fucking...
Load up their phone a
Yeah,
million times.
yeah, you probably text them 3,000 fucking times in 10 minutes. Is that what you're doing?
I have a girl's number. The girl's gonna be doing the video with me Tuesday. Tomorrow.
It's not this. Is it the same one as last time? The black chick?
Different girl, white girl.
White girl? I gotta go to work.
Talk is hoarse so you don't get those canker splits really bad.
What?
The canker sores, you know, like.
A canker sore?
Not canker sores.
You know what a fucking canker sore is?
Well, what does he
Jason?
call things when you get them? So you can correct
Are you serious right now?
Just correct me.
Do you know what a canker sore is?
No, it says on your
It's
mouth.
a pimple in your mouth.
Yeah, but what would this be considered? Like
That's called a callus.
That's callus. They stop you from getting calluses. The blisters. You can call them blisters. They stop you
Okay,
getting...
just go. Please. Everybody knows what the fucking chalk is for.
I like when I wake up strong in the morning.
You can use that chalk to jerk your gherkin, too.
Yeah, jerk the gherkin. That's the best bodybuilding chick I've ever seen, man. I smashed that in a heartbeat, bro. She's so fucking hot, bro. Who cares if they're the same straps? We're freaks.
What? Jesus Christ, Jason, I wish you were a little bit more prepared. You fucking... Every time I train with you, it's a fucking... you add like a half an hour onto my fucking...
It's my ADD.
Fucking,
what do you want?
why do you take that fucking watch off, please? Why do you have that watch on? Enough of this shit. Nobody's gonna steal that fake shit anyway. What the fuck are you doing? 1. 2 more. We're doing 3 sets of 3. What?
My load's blowing up.
Your load is blown up?
I take my loads almost...
You're gonna let this skinny mailman fucking outlift you today,
I'm gonna go
pussy?
heavier. I'm gonna go heavier, bitch. That's just
Why would you go heavier? You barely got that.
I'm gonna get more.
PM?
PM was 1 rep max, 1 rep range of motion.
What does PM stand for?
1 rep max on.
Jason. The letter P and the letter M. What do those two...
RPM was 1 rep max.
What?
Yeah, so...
R stands for what?
1. No,
Oh,
rep.
you spell 1 with an R?
No, it's a rep. Rep. 1. No, rep max out. RM. It's not RM, sorry. Max out.
Rep max out.
1.
RM?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's new. I'm at least 1% autist now, too. Thanks, pal. Easy.
Right.
All right, so what do we got? 425? What the fuck?
Woo! This is for you, Robert Frank.
What?
619, mother. Whoa!
Come on, get that shit.
My name is Robert Frank, and I'm also thinking a can of piss on you.
Look at you. You are a fucking disaster.
Dude, training with Jason must be so fucking hard.
Tony Montana. Say hello to my little friend.
Say hello to my little friend.
And whip out that mushroom cap. Look at this idiot.
Yeah.
Good thing there's nobody here. You're fucking embarrassing.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Look at that fat fold at the bottom of your tummy.
We're powerlifters, not bodybuilders. All right, free.
Just an excuse to be a fat ass. Just keep your pants on. You have piss stain on the outside of your fucking pants, Jason.
Who cares?
Hey, if you don't, I don't. That's why they say it's piss. What's that old saying? You can shake it in your hand, you can bang it against the wall, but in your pants, the last drop will fall.
Yep. Here we go.
More like you just... Awful. What a fucking horrible set that was.
Woo!
Look at that jiggly shit.
Woo! Peace out, buddy.
What in the fuck is that?
We're off season, baby. Primo bulk.
You are so fucking annoying.
Okay, let me tell you now.
Why don't you take one of those chains and go fucking hang yourself from right here, please? Do us all a fucking favor.
We don't care about arch backs. We're freaks. We don't care about gym etiquette. We're freaks.
You have your belt on under this shirt. I can't. It's fucking. You're not doing deadlifts. You're doing rows. Overhand, overhand.
Like this.
Okay, yeah, that's overhand.
Like this. I was doing it right now. Here we go. Sit.
Tap the floor and lift it. Tap the floor. Up. Don't move your whole body. Just.
Who cares?
Take a lesson.
Come on, monkey prick.
There's some quality lifting.
At least I tried.
Decent too.
Yeah, decent too. I'm getting better, a little better. Come on, Brad. Poster boy can do more. That's a damn shame. He's beating me. Because he's a small fry, that's why. Better shape than your ass.
Okay, buddy.
I got bigger legs, bigger frame, and more muscle, baby. A lot more. Plus I'm shorter.
Nothing but a mushroom cap. Don't put a number in your head. Just go until you can. Oh.
Who cares? Rounded
Oh, I
back.
know you don't. What now? I gotta go, man.
This is how you stretch your back after a back workout. We don't give a... We wear a shirt off and we stretch. Get that back stretch. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Good, good. Peace out, bud.
What?
Peace out, bud.
That's all you do.
Yeah.
Huh? Come hang out in bed.
Oh boy, they're gonna have fun with that clip.
Done with our sick piss workout, me and Brad. Goodbye, knucklehead.
I would like to.
Are you gonna?
I might. I want Oreos again. I want to tape things. I like taping things. Is there anything to tape?
No. You know those blocks you got for with the tank or whatever? Those wooden blocks? You can make something and tape that together.
I don't want to do that. It's not a good thing to tape.
Why not?
It's not a good thing to tape their blocks.
Why?
You're supposed to build stuff with them.
Yeah, build it and then tape it.
No. You want to glue it.
Gorilla tape is pretty much glue.
No, it's tape.
It's glue.
It's tape. I like gluing things together.
Okay.
Don't
Build
know of
something
anything
with
to
the
glue.
blocks and glue it.
No.
Why not?
And I wouldn't be able to build anything else with the blocks.
You never use them, so who cares?
No.
Yeah.
Should glue things.
Okay.
Are you gonna be up for a long time?
Oh. I barely slept.
Yeah, I slept all day. That's the problem. I don't know. It's hard to get my sleep back on track.
Yeah, no. And you drop me off at the mechanic tomorrow.
Again.
Yeah, my winter tires.
Could you drop yourself off?
Yeah, but you need me to drive me home.
What do you mean?
I'll have to drop off my car.
Yeah, you can just walk back. It's not that far. You want my scooter?
No, it's too fucking cold.
No.
Just
It's gonna be 7 degrees tomorrow.
Jackass. It's a 10-minute drive.
It's gonna be 7 degrees tomorrow.
I don't care.
You want to just take our bikes? Huh?
You're picking me up and you're driving me back.
Yeah. I think I'll keep streaming. Gaylord. Eh? Gay? Do you have anything in mind, like butt sniffing? Huh?
What do you mean?
Like, you want to sniff butts in bed?
No, I'm not a dog.
Well, I'm sniffing your butt.
No.
Is there a movie we could watch?
I don't know.
I don't know. You want to stream with me?
No.
You want to get a chair?
I'm not really in the mood to be called fat every 5 minutes.
Yeah. Life is hard. I'll stream for another 30 minutes, see how I feel.
I might be asleep.
Then why in the fuck would I come to bed?
Well, I'm just gonna be sitting there doing nothing and then I'll fall asleep.
You're gonna fall asleep anyway.
I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, you're gonna fall asleep anyway if you can't stay awake for 30 more minutes.
Maybe.
Yeah, you're full of shit. Mr. Horse donated $2 watch at 229. Your traps are huge here. Let me see.
They're so mainstream.
29.24.
Plant fats.
Do you think he believed that for real?
Yeah. And I mean, he died for what he believed in, clearly.
Was he young? How old was he?
Yeah,
he was fair. Like, I think he was still in his
traps.
40s when he died. So he wasn't that old. He was on steroids. I'm sure that might have contributed to it. This was also during COVID.
I do have pretty big traps indeed. Thanks for that donation though, Mr. Horse. Let's do some Airsoft Fatty.
Defies the norm, but also thrives on it is Airsoft Fatty. Airsoft Fatty's YouTube channel is essentially a window into his world, and his authenticity resonates with
I don't know.
many.
Anger is not the way of a gesture.
As a result, he's cultivated a pretty loyal fan base, proving that size isn't everything, despite his extreme physical size. After gaining this following, he would appear on the iDubbbz documentary Full Force, and eventually the internet reality show Fish Tank, offering him breakout success in his online career. However, there's a shadow that looms over this otherwise heartwarming success story. Despite the colossal opportunities that have come his way, Airsoft Fatty has struggled to keep it together. His journey has been plagued with endless interpersonal conflicts, unscrupulous managers, videos being flagged for various reasons, and false copyright claims that cast a shadow of doubt on his legacy. Today, we'll delve deeper into his past, present, and future to figure out just who Airsoft Fatty truly is, including his dark side. Chris LaFawn was born on April 3, 1997 in Michigan. He hails from Battle Creek, an area that doesn't exactly rank as the most affluent or privileged, with Chris himself growing up relatively poor. In the midst of these early life challenges, Chris's mother emerges as a remarkable figure. From the glimpses that viewers have seen of her, she appeared to be a kind and caring individual who played an instrumental role in guiding Chris through the ups and downs of his early life. It's no secret that being overweight can often invite cruel remarks and ridicule, making school environments particularly tough for Chris.
Yeah, just a lot of things been happening at school. 2 days ago, my dad's death anniversary came up, so that was a rough day for me. Everything's been going kind of crazy.
However, he found solace and an escape from his real-life problems on the internet and started posting short YouTube videos. As he gradually shared his life experiences, he started building a devoted online following that became a source of emotional support and camaraderie. Upon graduating in 2015, Airsoft Fatty made a
What would you say the best exercise is for trap development? Is it shoulder shrugs or something else? I would say upright rows. I think shoulder shrugs are useful, but I think upright rows, from a stimulus to fatigue perspective at least, You get a lot of stimulus for very little fatigue. The big problem with doing shrugs is you use so much weight and you have so much axial loading, and it's really rough on your hands too. So I've just been doing a lot of upright rows, and that's helped with trap development, and I feel like it's helped more than just shoulder shrugs.
A significant decision. He chose not to pursue a college degree and instead concentrated on making as many YouTube videos as possible. His YouTube channel became a canvas for him to express his everyday life in a humorous and entertaining manner. One standout is Why I Am Trying to Fix This Thing, which has accumulated over 9.5 million views since its upload.
I want to see how this looks on screen.
One important aspect of Chris's personality is his deep-rooted passion for all things Star Wars. He often expresses his profound love for this iconic franchise, saying, "I can easily slip into the lore of it." This statement hits at the therapeutic and hobby-like role Star Wars plays in his life. For him, immersing himself in the expansive Star Wars universe appears to be a way of escaping the stresses and challenges of the real world. And thankfully, Star Wars, as popular as it is, would serve as a perfect springboard for his own content. These videos featured Chris enthusiastically wielding toy lightsabers, often engaging in playful duels with friends, or recreating iconic Star Wars scenes. His genuine passion for the franchise shone through, endearing him to fellow Star Wars enthusiasts and viewers in general. While lightsabers were an integral part of Chris's content, the Chug Jug video was equally instrumental in catapulting him into the limelight.
This is about the equivalent of a medium shield. So let's chug this.
These particular videos served as catalysts, propelling his channel into a massive growth surge and causing ripples across the vast sea of the internet, particularly within the Instagram meme community. He also loves to sing.
What's in your head? In your head? Zombie, zombie, zombie.
And not just that, Airsoft Fatty is a man of many talents. Chris's love for cooking is something he often shares with his fans. Amid his diverse content, he occasionally shares videos of him preparing various seasonal recipes.
You throw them in with the other meat, then you stir that shit.
These offer a very tasteful glimpse into his culinary endeavors, often featuring unique and unconventional recipes. While traditional cooking channels may focus on gourmet dishes or expert technique, Chris's approach is refreshingly unpretentious. This video, featuring Chris's ramen noodle preparation, is a prime example of his distinct culinary style. Rather than adhering to conventional cooking norms, he adds his own unique flair to the process. His emphasis on making the noodles nice and dry adds a distinct twist to the dish, which others have failed to replicate.
Airsoft Fatty's food's disgusting.
I like my noodles to be a little dry.
Just chopped
One
up
notable
hot
upload
dogs
would
and
feature a
ramen
dish that he
noodles.
holds near and dear to his heart, and it's often revered for its low cost, being under $5. Chris takes a microwavable TV dinner and makes the unusual choice to dump it into a pot of ramen noodles, with the water still in it, and then mixes it all together before enjoying.
Here's where TV dinner comes into play.
His willingness to embrace the unconventional, experiment with flavors, and maintain an unfiltered authenticity in his cooking resonates with a particular subset of viewers who appreciate his unique approach. One meal he showcases often is known as meat salad, which consists of cut-up chicken, hot dogs, deli turkey, shredded taco cheese, baked beans, and barbecue sauce. He then puts this all in the microwave and eats it with a smile.
Now, your salad should look like this. A diseased mess of meat, something a vegetarian and vegan would cry over, because so many animals died to give us this.
Now, obviously, this meal looks super delicious, and by delicious, I mean foul and not safe for human consumption by any metric. If you want to know what happens when you eat this every day for like 20 years, well, you're looking at it. But regardless, the response from his audience to these cooking videos is a testament to the power of relatability and shared experiences. Chris's approach to cooking fosters a sense of camaraderie. His audience enjoys a comfy viewing experience watching an obese man from Michigan prepare a meal that the state legally can't feed to murderers and while a lot of people watch this stuff in a tongue-in-cheek way, there were genuine fans who just wanted to see his personality thrive. He was a genuine guy sharing his passions for Star Wars, singing, funny moments from his life, and cooking, and people just liked that. The lightsaber videos were, in many ways, symbolic of Chris's entire channel. It was just a guy having fun and posting it for everyone to see. And thanks to a few of these videos going viral, Chris has gone from just another content creator to a small-time sensation, and all of his videos did relatively well for a time. It's rare to see someone get 500,000 views on a video. It's even even rarer for that to be a 25-minute long unedited meat salad tutorial. One of the most obvious chapters in Airsoft Fatty's life centers on his battle with obesity. At one point, his weight posed a severe threat to his health, leading to heart issues that could have had dire consequences. His doctors issued a warning. If he didn't lose weight, his life might be in jeopardy. However, his endless consumption of food has yet to cease. And if we're being honest, his weight has probably contributed to why he's so iconic today. However, as Chris's popularity on platforms like YouTube and Twitch continued to surge, so did the unwanted attention from trolls. He found himself attracting a certain audience that included individuals who derived amusement from belittling him, often targeting him due to his weight. Chris had to grapple with these negative aspects of his journey in the online sphere. It's clear that at some points, Chris has had a very unhealthy relationship with his audience. When he was sick at one point, he posted a video begging for his audience to respond because he wasn't able to leave the house at the time. He expresses desperation for any kind of interaction. Wanting a sense of belonging is of course normal for everyone. Wanting human connection is what makes us human. But it's clear that at points, Chris was too dependent on his comment section to validate him.
I need words, acknowledgement that people are still watching, besides just a simple view. I need people to talk to on the internet because I can't go out and do anything.
Many also speculated that his illness was actually fake and Chris was just begging for attention. So fake, oh.
What's the matter, meow meow? Prim, what's the matter? You ain't a good kitty? Childish meowing. Oh, childish meowing. Meow, 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 meow. Come here.
Oh, how's my little boy?
How's my little boy doing? How's my little Prim? You okay, little buddy? Mwah. You okay, little buddy? Little sweetie pie? Yeah, that's my kitty. It's my little cat butt. Get your butt out of my face. Oh, little sweetie. You know I love you. You know I love you. You're a good kitty. You're a good Prim. Yes. Such a sweet boy. Such a good boy. Love you.
I have to go take a pee-pee. I will be right back.
Prim. Come here. Come here, Prim. Ah, damn it.
Ugh. 777 donated $2. Would you ever go on the Some Ordinary podcast? I would. Thanks for that donation, 777.
OMG. But there really is no way to know. Either way, it's undoubtedly not good for your mental to feel like you need your comment section to talk about you to feel like a real person. But for the time being, even with Chris's detractors taking issue with his over-embellishment and speculating on his health complications, he still had an audience. And the notoriety he gathered so far would only be boosted by his biggest break to date. It's highly likely that you've seen Full Force, a 50-minute long documentary on the life and times of Chris LaFawn. In April 2019, Ian, or iDubbbz, made the journey to Michigan to shoot a video with Chris, an endeavor that would delve into Chris's life, his friendships, his motivations, and provide an intimate exploration of the enigmatic personality. The documentary delved into previously unseen areas of Chris's home, which had only served as background settings in his videos until that point, revealing a less than appealing sight. Much of the house appeared neglected, displaying signs of disrepair, and there was an overwhelming presence of cat feces scattered throughout. Perhaps the most notorious area was the basement, resembling less of a typical storage space and more akin to a decrepit mental institution. The excessive amount of cat excrement in this area turned it into a hazardous zone, resembling a minefield of sorts. During Ian's interview with Chris regarding the house's condition, Chris admitted that it could benefit from some form of renovation and cleaning, albeit he downplayed the urgency of the situation. Ian adopted a tongue-in-cheek approach to this acknowledgement. Consequently, the state of the house was temporarily brushed aside, leaving it as is for the time being.
Just a few steps away, you can relax and soak up some rays in the sunroom.
Jesus! Wish Mother would remind me to bring the vacuum nuts so she could use it. Damn, this is bad.
What do you call this room?
I used to call this my smoke room for a bit. And then it kind of got turned into a random shit room. Then it became the cat room, and every so often Mother and Grandma tend to these litter boxes. They don't tell me when they need the vacuum. This is bad.
In addition to exploring the depths of Chris's house, the documentary delved into his tendency to magnify certain events or anecdotes, a trait quickly picked up by Ian. When confronted about this inclination, Chris adamantly denied exaggerating anything, firmly asserting his commitment to honesty, stating that lying held no purpose for him. However, Chris's mother held a different viewpoint, recognizing the falsehood in his claims, yet quietly appreciating that facet of her son, perhaps finding amusement in the tales he spun. Interestingly, it appears that Chris himself might not fully grasp the extent of his exaggerations when recounting stories, indicating a subconscious inclination towards embellishment that seems inherent to his storytelling process.
Why go out and just lie?
Yeah, I mean, it's not about lying, it's just like...
Nah, but everything we're talking about, it's all happened.
Chris has a lot of stories, you know, he's very much a talker.
Oh, yeah.
I guess for someone who's a bit skeptical, it's like...
I don't blame people who are.
Right. He's got a little bit of, like, flack online for some of his stories, because he'll exaggerate some things.
Oh, yes, he does.
I feel like I've gone places, I've done a decent amount of things.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't have, like, nearly the amount of, like, stories that you have. Why?
Oh?
The documentary further highlighted Chris's daily routine, showcasing mundane activities like his trips to Meijer and his off-road adventures in his minivan, which he referred to as mudding. While Chris and his friends hyped up Meijer as if it were a mythical destination, it turned out to be just a regular grocery store, dispelling any grandeur surrounding it. Additionally, scenes depicted Chris indulging in frequent smoking sessions in his room, a detail that would later hold significance in his life, albeit at that moment it was only briefly mentioned. One of the aspects that the documentary delved into was Chris's relationships, particularly those with his friends. As the camera followed Chris through his daily life, it became evident that not all the individuals who surrounded him were necessarily genuine. Ian even made remarks in the documentary that some of these people seemed like leeches, people who were drawn to Chris's fame rather than any sense of true friendship. Thankfully though, as the documentary progressed, the curtain was pulled back, and Ian managed to reveal a different side of Chris's circle, individuals who appeared to be his true friends who really had his back.
You know, I was around these guys.
Autistic.
So you know, if you want me to give commentary on this part, I'm just gonna tell you it from my perspective, okay?
Yeah, there was this guy we met. Oh wait, are you still talking?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
The day was shit.
Among these individuals was Mike, a laid-back guy who simply wanted to spend time with Chris because he enjoyed his company. Their friendship had a history that extended far back, with appearances in older videos on Chris's channel. Mike's presence was a testament to the bonds of friendship, unaffected by the trappings of internet fame.
A couple videos down the line and we made the notorious one where he trips over there by the trash can.
Oh, you good, bro?
Ever since then, he's always hitting me up asking for help with videos and other stuff.
You were the camera guy for
one? A lot of them.
Okay.
For a good majority of them.
So you're the guy behind the camera most of
Yeah.
the time? Okay.
Yeah.
Another intriguing character in Chris's life was Robert, a figure who occupied a unique place in the documentary. Robert had openly discussed having seen demons, and his dynamic with Chris seemed to veer between friendship and rivalry. There were hints of tension and disagreement, but the exact reasons for their disputes often appeared trivial. The culmination of this friendship played out in a lightsaber battle, a moment that was both highly anticipated and somewhat anticlimactic.
There was a point where you could tell that like no one except for Robert was having any fun at all. So it was just uncomfortable.
But realistically, how exciting can two guys battling with fake lightsabers really be? The final character of the story was Chris's mom. She was portrayed as a loving, kind, and supportive presence in his life, with a genuine acceptance of her son's weirder qualities. The interview with Chris's mother revealed a deep and heartfelt connection, showcasing her unconditional love for her son. For those who had followed Chris's content from his early days, the documentary provided a chance to witness his transformation, his evolution from a bona fide internet meme, known for his iconic lightsaber videos, to a multi-dimensional figure with a complex life story was both surprising and inspiring. The Full Force documentary not only showcased Chris's story, but also highlighted the importance of collaboration. The video was met with resounding approval. Full Force was a...
I could never live in a place that messy. Is he still alive? The true friends would have attempted to Chris help. How much does he weigh?
Remarkably, he is still alive. He's living in a tiny shack in the woods. I don't know how much he weighs. He seems like he's pretty short, but he's also extremely wide. If I had to guess, he's probably like 280, maybe. He's a chunky fellow. Yeah, I'm not sure though. Thanks for the donation, James.
Game changer in Fatty's life, marking a pivotal moment. With an astounding 24 million views and 1.1 million likes, the documentary garnered widespread acclaim for its impeccable production. Its impact on Fatty's online persona was profound, introducing a wave of fresh viewers to his content and effectively catapulting him into the limelight in a way he hadn't been before. He also got a substantial increase in subscribers, effectively doubling his channel size. Fatty's ascent to stardom seemed unstoppable as he basked in the newfound attention and support from millions of newly minted fans flooding into his channel. It seemed as though the tides were changing in his favor. He made a conscious decision to elevate the quality of his content, focusing on self-improvement and taking steps to enhance his production quality. It was a period marked by optimism and an apparent shift in spirits, but some would argue that this was also the beginning of a turbulent chapter in Chris's life. Soon after the release of Full Force, Chris was riding high. Tragically, this was cut short just a few months later when Chris's mother passed away. The woman who had supported him all of this time, throughout all of his endeavors, and kept his head screwed on straight, was now gone. Chris's tribute to his mother in the form of covering a Green Day song was a pretty emotional moment that resonated deeply with viewers.
What do you love about Chris?
No, he's mine.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's a sweetheart. He really is. He's got his moments. I'm not going to say he's perfect because he is not, far from it.
This poignant moment captured the essence of a mother's love, transcending all external judgments and expectations, and really just making people feel bad for the fact that she passed away. Following the passing of Fatty's mom, Chris's family rallied together, seeking ways to offer support during this challenging period. More specifically, his cousin Matt took it upon himself to uplift Fatty's spirits and steer his life towards a more positive direction, aiming to...
How long is Tom's penis? Does it curve left or right? Girth?
I'm not sure. We didn't really compare dicks when we were at the gym, so you'd have to ask him. Thanks for that donation, James.
Entazerin heim tabligo, ye najdam, yela shakkardam nakon gem TV ast. Ye nos humra, of vismam the borky noj hat. Melat vegan canaro pars car hand gireft. Karbadi barabari yekbishtari, migayataze akari sam. Isha masi mishavad, varbezmish.
I don't speak Spanish, but thanks for the donation, Mandalam. Appreciate it.
How much money did he earn?
Earn doing what? I don't think Airsoft Fatty really makes much money at all because, again, he was going homeless and he had to raise a GoFundMe so that he could have a tiny little shack in the woods, so... Just in general, I don't think Airsoft Fatty is really making much money. Thanks for that donation, though, James. Oh, hey, Prim Prim. What's going on? Do you want to come cuddle, Prim Prim?
you want to cuddle, Prismo? Hmm? Does my kitty want to cuddle? It's a good cuddle cat.
Prevent him from falling deeper into the pit of depression. Matt utilized his own YouTube channel as a platform to document his efforts in aiding Chris, sharing updates and chronicling their escapades. His goal was not only to motivate him, but also to showcase his journey of resilience. On November 29th, 2019, Matt uploaded a video titled, "Fatty Invests in Himself and Tries Adulting." In the video, Chris could be seen smoking weed in the garage rather than inside Matt's house. Matt, ever conscious of the house smelling, was insistent that Chris contribute to the household. This simple act highlighted the contrast between the carefree, unedited content of Chris's videos and the real-world responsibilities that others around him faced. During the video, Matt interacted with Chris, but Chris's responses were often inaudible, emphasizing a degree of disengagement. He shared that he had worked from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. and then took a power nap.
So it is. I had to limp my way half a parking lot into the building and
listen
drive
to
on the car.
me. Nobody feels bad that you're sitting out here smoking weed in my garage.
I know.
Okay,
It's just
so don't even
freezing.
start with me. Well, you don't have to sit out here.
No, I don't.
Jesus.
Just trying to use my time efficiently.
Comment in the comment sections below if you think this is an efficient use of his time.
The fact that Chris wasn't very fond of work is not surprising, given his established online persona. The challenge lay in balancing the demands of life with the creative and unpredictable world of YouTube. Matt then confronted Chris about his daily routine. He emphasized that Chris couldn't sleep all day and encouraged him to contribute to the house. Matt then accompanied Chris to an electronics store where they purchased equipment to enhance Chris's content production. They acquired a tripod, lighting equipment, and a microphone, emphasizing that Chris needed to step up his game. When Matt asked Chris whether he should invest in a car or his business, Chris was momentarily stumped.
So here's the question. Do you invest in your business or do you invest in your car? You can only do one.
Very, very good question.
No, it's not. You always invest in your... By investing in your business, you're investing in yourself. You always bet on yourself. You always invest in yourself. So traditional common sense would say fix your f***ed up back window. I say f*** that. Get a tripod so you can up your production value and more people will watch your content.
Okay.
Right?
Right.
Right?
Right.
Right. That's what we're going to do right now.
As the video drew close, Matt expressed his happiness and pride in Chris. The next chapter in Chris's life is documented by Matt, provided a stark and unfiltered look into the aftermath of his mother's passing and the state of the house they had shared. The video in question depicted Matt and a group of friends embarking on a daunting task, a 25-hour cleaning marathon to restore the house to a semblance of order. It was a task that literally confronted the physical debris left behind, but metaphorically, the emotional weight of loss and neglect. The house was in pretty rough shape. The basement, often depicted as the darkest and most unsettling place in the house, featured urine-soaked sheets on the floor, discarded clothing, and a macabre display of dinosaur drawings adorning the walls. The scenes from upstairs were equally distressing. Broken windows allowed the elements to infiltrate the house, further worsening the conditions. Animal feces was scattered across the floor, and pieces of the ceiling had fallen in, littering the rooms. The upper floor, like the rest of the house, was in a state of disarray and disrepair. While Matt and his friends worked diligently to clean and restore the house, they encountered yet another disheartening reality. Chris, who was present during this endeavor, used the bathrooms in the house without flushing. The act underscored the challenges of restoring order to a space that had been neglected for a significant period. As Matt ventured into Chris's room, he was met with a sight that painted a poignant picture of the situation. Chris's bed was a makeshift structure supported by cinder.
The penis explosion ray is finally finished and up and functional. On your orders, sir.
Alright, fire when ready. Thanks for the donation, Flip Mode. I have a kitty on my lap. This cat makes me feel better. Having a cat sit on me is very comforting. He's a really good kitty. I don't know why it feels so good to have a cat on you. So soft and cuddly. You're so relaxing, Prismo. I love you. You're such a good cat. Oh my god.
Blocks and covered with a sheet or some form of covering. Garbage covered the entire floor, making it clear that this was a space that had been overlooked for far too long. Matt's emotions and frustrations were palpable, and it became very evident that he was growing weary of the situation. The cleaning process, while undoubtedly a step towards improvement, was a reminder of the immense challenge they faced. Chris's safe, once intended for valuable possessions, had been repurposed as a repository for cat shit. As the video progressed, Matt shared the aftershots of their cleaning efforts. While the transformation...
Will there ever come a moment when we can say Julian why there, again?
No. Maybe when he's dead. Thanks for the donation, 8.
was evident, it was essential to acknowledge that the house was still far from ideal. In this particular video, the tension between Chris and Matt reached a breaking point with significant consequences. The central incident revolved around Chris abandoning his cat while he left to indulge in a smoke session, leaving Matt to contend with the aftermath. Matt, already dealing with cleaning the house, had to face even more cat urine and feces. One of these striking moments in the video was when Matt takes the last abandoned cat to an animal shelter. It's an instance where Matt had to make a difficult decision for the welfare of the abandoned animal, embodying all of the challenges with this disgusting house.
He goes on and on and on about.
They should have tried to get him some help. Even Jason Genova is much better than this. Frankie Boy is better than this. They should have called the health department. That house needs to be condemned.
I think it did eventually end up getting condemned. I'm not sure. But, yeah, Airsoft Fatty needs serious psychological help if the house is like that. Thanks for the donation, James. Like, when you're worse than Jason Genova, you know you have problems. Oh my god, this kitty. Wish you guys could see this kitty right now. He's so handsome. Love you, Prim Prim. Such a good cat.
About how much he cares about his cats and all this other shit. But then he leaves one here to fend for itself. We had no idea that it was here until last week. And, I think it's fucked up. So
It was evident that he was at his breaking point, grappling with the challenges posed by Chris's actions. The tension escalated to the point where law enforcement became involved. The police arrived at Matt's house in response to the ongoing situation. Chris asserted that Matt was withholding his property and medications, a claim that further exacerbated this tension. Matt's attempts to explain the situation to police were perceived as half-hearted. The discord between the two played out, with neither party willing to yield to the other's perspective. For a more comprehensive understanding of the circumstances surrounding this incident, additional text was provided in the videos.
Squirting Vagina Juices donated $2. Do you remember when Prismo was an annoying little shit when he was a kitten and before he got his balls removed? Yeah, I remember. He was an annoying little son of a bitch, but I loved him so much. He's my boy right now. He's always gonna be my little boy. He's such a good kitty. He's my favoriteest kitty of all time. He's a really good boy. Aww. He's just a little cuddle boy. He's just a little cuddle buddy. He loves to just get rubs and cuddle. He's a really sweet, sweet kitty. Love you, Prim Prim.
Will you be mad when Ask Yourself and Jasmine start fucking on the regular once you are gone? I will miss you. VG. Here is some suicide pods that will let you list off into a nice comfy sleep.
Well, I don't really care if Jasmine is with anybody when I'm gone, as long as she's happy. Maker of Suicide Pod plans to launch in Switzerland. I think they already have assisted suicide in Canada, so I won't have to travel to Switzerland. Thanks for that donation, though, Cat Daddy. Aw, Primmy, I love you so much. Such a good boy. Love you, Prim Prim.
At least, Jason and Frank are aware.
Yeah, at the very least. Airsoft Fatty is pretty messed up. Thanks for that donation, though, James. What you doing, Prim Prim? What's going on? You want to cuddle some more? Aw. Such a good, handsome little boy. Don't step on my keyboard. Oh my god, I hate it when he does that. Don't step on my keyboard. Come here. Get off my keyboard. Get off my keyboard. Yeah, you don't understand because you're a kitty. You don't know the keyboard does things. It's a good little sweetie. Yeah, that's a good little kitty. Love you, Prim Prim. So handsome. So big and strong. So big and strong. Cap donated $2. Have you seen this? 630. Perhaps protein powder isn't useful. Let me see.
That's amazing, right? We all need to get a good, particularly for.
Oh yeah, we've already reacted to this. Dr. Greger's a fucking idiot.
You're getting for people over 65, there's zero benefit in terms of muscle performance, muscle strength, or muscle mass. Adding protein to one diet. Now under
that is total bullshit.
Age 65, you can eke out a small difference, but it's way less than I think people think. So last time I checked, there are 26 studies on randomized controlled studies on adding protein for lean body mass in younger adults. 25 out of 26, so 95% fail to show a statistically significant increase in lean body mass. Now, there are enough of those trend in the same in the right.
Yeah, so he doesn't know what he's talking about. If you actually look at properly controlled trials that have resistance training routines, there is a benefit to increasing protein intake in terms of lean body mass changes. It's just that a lot of these trials either don't have resistance training as a part of the intervention, or they don't actually have real resistance training routines. They just tell people to lift weights or do the same amount of sets and reps on a leg press, something like that. So no, there's a clear benefit to increasing protein. Thanks for the donation though, Cap. Gregor just doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
Description. This context offered viewers a glimpse into the broader issues and challenges that underpinned their strained relationship. Airsoft Fatty is at it again. For months, he left his stuff at my house after multiple attempts to deliver it to him. He decided to have the police show up at my house so he could get his property. Fun fact, the property, most of it was clothing I bought for him. Wasting police resources again. Wasting my time again, being dramatic as usual. I made this video as evidence that I don't have any of Christopher's stuff at my house. I was never withholding any of his stuff, and the things he left, he has now. End of it. Probably not though. He will find something else to cause issues with. Keep in mind, he could drive to DC, Chicago, Detroit multiple times, and NYC, but for months could not get his stuff without police escort. When I met him twice this month without having the police present, he was playing games as usual. I'm beyond done with him and his endless drag on my time and energy. In Matt's final video, he candidly addresses the circumstances surrounding his decision to stop hanging out with Chris. It's a moment of frustration where he lays bare the issues that have plagued their friendship and his perception of Chris's behavior. Matt's opening statements are clear and unambiguous. He expresses his deep disappointment with Chris, asserting that he's done helping him. His words also underscore the exhaustion and disappointment he's experienced as a result of Chris's actions. The core issue, as Matt sees it, is Chris's lack of effort in improving his own life.
He's just crying and blubbering about things that are not factual or based in reality, and he calls me and texts me and asks me to not do these videos, and as you've seen in the earlier video, I'm stopping these videos. Not because he asked. I hope these videos stay up here forever. I hope you shame the out of him forever.
This lack of initiative strained their familial bond and left Matt with a sense of hopelessness. The video delves into the fact that Chris's family has been attempting to provide support and assistance to him for years. Despite these efforts, Chris's behavior has left his loved ones exasperated. In Matt's view, Chris has become a source of shame for the family, and it's a reality he's not willing to tolerate. One of the central themes of the video is the accusation that Chris engages in deceit, manipulation, and falsehoods. Matt asserts that Chris employs these tactics, usually feigned sympathy, crying, and emotional displays to elicit assistance and support from others. He contends that Chris was never truly homeless, but instead portrayed himself as such to gain sympathy. According to Matt, this portrayal was a ruse to avoid basic responsibilities like washing clothes, taking showers, or doing dishes. In his view, Chris resorted to fabricating a homeless status to escape these essential life tasks, exploiting the sympathy and assistance offered by those who believed he was in dire need.
He's not homeless. He's never been homeless, and myself and my family have worked for years ensuring that he is not homeless.
The video takes a clear and unequivocal stance. Matt wants people to hold Chris accountable for his behavior indefinitely. He seeks to shed light on what he perceives as manipulative tactics and a pattern of dependency that has strained not only his relationship with Chris, but also the willingness of others to offer assistance. And while his living situation was falling apart, there were other factors pulling at his psyche as well. I love energy drinks, which is why I'm proud to be sponsored by the best guys in the game at it, G of 2020, that I sent you. All right, now back to the video. Thanks, guys.
What is his real name?
It is Chris something. Chris La something. It's like a French last name. But thanks for the donation, James.
In February of 2020, a significant chapter in Chris's life began when he came under the management of a Discord user named Josh. This arrangement was more complex and problematic than it initially appeared, as Josh took on a role that extended beyond typical management responsibilities. During one of Fatty's streams, he would say that he was logging off before getting a notification on his phone, to which he visibly sighed and said, "Okay, I guess I'm not getting off." Chat suspected this was basically his manager screaming at him to stay on the live stream, and started to call him out for essentially forcing Fatty to stream against his will.
Peace out. I hope you guys have a good day, at least. Or, okay. Never mind. Just keep it here. I'm just gonna finish off this oatmeal then. Like, it's cold. It's cold oatmeal now, but like, it was warm. You know, it was warm. Now it's cold.
Josh had originally been working at a dispensary and was essentially Chris's supplier, but once they started talking, Chris decided to let him oversee his entire channel operation. After getting backlash from several fans, Josh, alongside others, booted up a stream where they orchestrated an intervention, wherein they call Chris lazy, and basically assert the idea that he's an incapable individual who could not live independently. While their assessment was not entirely unfounded, the audience's perception was that it revealed a lack of genuine concern for Chris's well-being.
On Monday, do we not have a stream with Canute and Joe? A big workout stream where they're gonna make you do the shit that you need to do, and it's not gonna be any ifs, ands, or buts. And when we get on there, if you act a fool, the whole internet is gonna see everything, and they need to know, because this isn't fair to us or anyone else.
As the stream progressed, it took a turn toward hostility, seemingly showcasing Josh and his cohorts ganging up on Fatty, attempting to emotionally manipulate him. Throughout the stream, there were numerous instances where they consistently interrupted him, depriving him of the opportunity to express himself or respond adequately to anything discussed.
Dude, you're fucking diabetic.
Yeah.
Even like
Yeah,
even
Let him talk. I want him to talk.
I'm tired of always eating the same exact thing every day. And when I
Stop. Let him talk. Let him talk.
Think about it. I've come from 5'11" down to 350 in under 2 years. Like,
Yeah, well, did you not just go to New York and Chicago and do all these trips and have ridiculous amounts of food that I knew you shouldn't have had? Did you stuff your face with pizza in New York and do all kinds of shit that you shouldn't have?
Surprisingly, the outcome of this stream was quite contrary to Josh's intentions. Instead of bolstering his stance, it led to several content creators releasing videos asserting that Fatty's manager was coercing him into streaming against his own will, essentially manipulating him in the process. Josh's role in Chris's life was akin to that of a wrangler, but with a more sinister twist. Josh had access to all of Chris's social media accounts, effectively taking control of his online presence. In a move that demonstrated a disturbing level of control, Josh linked his own bank account to Chris's AdSense, diverting the income that was supposed to rightfully be Chris's into Josh's own coffers. It was during this period that Chris had severed ties with his genuine friends, leaving him isolated with only Josh and his associates around now, who appeared to have ulterior motives. Josh's greed and exploitation didn't stop with Chris. He turned his sights toward Robert, an old friend of Chris who had appeared in previous videos and featured in the Full Force documentary. Josh made attempts to get Robert into a similar situation. He gained access to Robert's social media accounts and changed the AdSense settings to divert earnings into his own bank. Robert eventually discovered this manipulation and publicly exposed Josh's nefarious actions. In retaliation, Josh appeared to orchestrate a hacking of Robert's social media profiles, transforming them into pro-LGBT platforms. This incident further underscored the extent of manipulation and deception that had become prevalent in Chris's online world. By early 2021, Chris encountered yet another setback when he was banned from Twitch due to alleged hate speech. According to Josh, someone had used a racial slur via voice chat while Chris was playing a game. What was especially troubling was Chris's failure to remove the VOD or inform the appropriate parties that could have helped address the issue. It appeared to be an inadvertent mistake, exacerbated by the fact that Chris was smoking during the stream, which may have contributed to the fact that he wasn't really aware that he would get banned for that. On March 8th, 2021, Josh and Chris's association came to an end. Their parting was documented through Discord messages, marking the conclusion of the tumultuous Josh saga in Chris's life. With Josh no longer in the picture, it became increasingly evident that despite the controversy and questionable aspects of their relationship, Chris might actually benefit from having a manager or caretaker of some kind. This realization stemmed from Chris's inability to consistently create and publish content on his own, let alone maintain a consistent level of quality. Instead, his videos often consisted of unedited footage where he simply spoke to the camera, and these uploads lacked any real schedule. It raised the question of whether a caretaker or manager could help him overcome his challenges and maintain a more productive life. And unfortunately for him, Chris would soon face another series of challenges and setbacks that tested his resilience and determination. Chris is a big guy, as I'm sure you can tell, and his journey to lose weight has had a few different attempts wherein he's always struggled to make significant progress. While his determination and willingness to make changes are commendable, there have been obstacles that hinder his success. One significant factor that many would point to is his drug use, specifically marijuana. marijuana. It's evident that his habits have impacted his ability to lose weight, considering that it leads to increased appetite, which can make it extremely difficult for someone to control their food intake, especially when they're already obese like Chris. In the iDubbbz documentary, there's a moment where Chris can be seen hitting his bong and coughing intensely. While to viewers it just seems like a funny moment, Chris's attempts to quit using marijuana have been met with limited success, and it's clear that making progress in this area has been very challenging for him. His ongoing use undoubtedly hinders his weight loss goals and also makes him more lazy, which makes him make less videos. But it wasn't all bad. iDubbbz invited Chris to make an appearance at the Creator Clash, during which he delivered a stirring rendition of the national anthem, a moment that undoubtedly left a lasting impression.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light, for so proudly we fared as the twilight's last gleam. Oh, I got nervous. Sorry, I got nervous, people. My bad. Let's just do this. Let's do it. Ready? Let's give it another try. Let's go. Oh, say can you see?
However, as time passed, Chris seemingly felt like iDubbbz had left him behind, and this sentiment culminated in the release of a video titled Airsoft Fatty Loses It and Calls Out iDubbbz.
I reached out to Ian for help that day, and Ian never fucking replied. You want to talk about some shit? I messaged iDubbbz the other day. I said, hey, can you just share my stream around? I didn't ask him for money or anything. I said, hey, share my stream around. Looked at the message and never fucking replied.
This marks the beginning of an ongoing saga that saw Fatty expressing his grievances with Ian. Following his mother's passing, Fatty found himself grappling with bills and the urgent need for additional income. To tackle these challenges, he significantly increased his streaming frequency, willing to undertake almost any task for money, including shaving his head and eyebrows in exchange for $100. However, as Fatty's desperate situation became apparent, some individuals apparently took advantage of his vulnerability, viewing him as a source of entertainment to squeeze dry for mockery rather than someone in need. They began donating with malicious intent, attempting to provoke or troll him with their messages, and even resorted to charging back their donations to incite his frustration. Adding to his woes, YouTube had recently demonetized Fatty's channel, a devastating blow that spoke volumes about the turmoil he was facing. As time passed, Fatty's frustration and anger continued to escalate, creating a mounting sense of despair as things seemed to spiral further out of control. The imminent threat of eviction from his home loomed over him like a dark cloud, intensifying his rage and despair. Amidst this, Chris found himself increasingly irate, even lashing out at those attempting to offer well-intentioned advice to help him navigate the dire situation.
I'm not gonna eat a fucking carrot if it's gonna sit there, taste like it's old, taste like it's moldy, and makes me throw up.
In the end, Fatty wouldn't be able to keep up with the bills for his house, and he would be evicted from the place that he grew up.
Does sex help with your mood at all?
I mean, while I'm doing it, I feel better, but it's just temporary relief. Thanks for the donation, though. Just wondering. Appreciate it.
Grew up in. At this point in time, Chris had lost literally everything. His support system, his mom, his house, his manager. He had no one to hold him accountable or make him do anything, and he himself was staring into the abyss. It seemed like Airsoft Fatty was finally hitting rock bottom, until one unlikely opportunity would offer him a chance to get attention on his career again, and also gave him a place to stay for 3 weeks. Despite the many hurdles he encountered, there came a moment that represented a significant turning point in his online journey. Chris received an invitation to appear on Fish Tank, a project funded by Sam Hyde and run by Jet Neptune. The premise of the show revolves around 8 contestants who reside in a fully monitored smart house, and their experiences are broadcasted live 24/7 for a duration of 6 weeks on the platform fishtank.live.
You live in the walls. You control the action.
What sets Fish Tank apart is its interactive nature, as viewers have the ability to influence the contestants' experiences through donations, somewhat resembling the concept of Control My Room live streams. To sweeten the deal, there's a substantial cash prize of $35,000 at stake, awarded to the contestant who emerges as the winner of the competition. As a result, when finding out Chris was down on his luck, the Fish Tank staff got him a plane ticket to Massachusetts. Fatty entered the show late, not being an actual contestant, but instead being one of the freeloaders who were inserted into the project to spice things up for those already in the house. And he arrived there with all of his worldly possessions in one bag. Everything to his name entered that house. Chris's journey into the Fish Tank began with a bang. On his very first night, he found himself in bedroom 4, struggling to cope with the constant banter and pranks from the viewers in chat. It's clear that the intense nature of the stream weighed on him, and it mounted in a mental breakdown after just hours of being there.
You've got to be fucking shitting me!
In a moment of vulnerability, Frank Hassel, infamous for his trip to Boogie 2988's house, which cost Boogie the right to bear arms for the foreseeable future, stepped in to provide some much-needed comfort and support, making a very wholesome Chungus moment for the viewers at home.
I'm sorry for going.
No, bro, you don't have to be sorry. Don't apologize, man.
I just can't break like this. I usually try to keep a strong face and keep myself strong and have to do that my whole life. And
no, you don't have to apologize, bro. Everybody has their moments, you know. Everybody. Sometimes you just have to let it out, right?
Later on, Chris, being encouraged and helped by Frank.
This sounds like fraud. If I were to become his manager, I would be checking him into one of Dr. McDougall's programs. At least with Jason A. the Misfits, one can tell they have no fun with it. And they all are fit.
I don't know if his managers really had the power to force him to do a, like, diet and exercise routine. That looks like they really tried to pressure him to do it, but at the end of the day, they don't have, like, it's not like they're his parents or anything, and they can force him to do things. But he, like, really, he needs a carer. He clearly doesn't have the mental capacity to, like, live on his own. But thanks for the donation, James.
Decided to partake in the ancient tradition shared by politicians like Justin Trudeau, known as blackface. It should be noted at this point that Chris doesn't really like clothes. Even in his older videos in the Full Force documentary, he's usually seen not wearing a shirt, most likely due to the fact that there aren't a ton of options for people of his size. For some reason, however, the fish tank house inspired him to take this motto one step further, as he decided to strip down, confidently strutting around the house in what could only be described as Giga Chad style. At one point, Chris would lay down on the couch in a beautiful display of grace, finally showing to the world his dick and balls for all to see. But it wasn't long before things took a dramatic turn. Chris lost his bag and it sent him into a frenzy. The likely culprit behind this sudden change in behavior? Deprivation of his beloved weed.
it should be down next to the fucking couch where it was laying. It's got my fucking laundry, to which whoever's taking my bag, you touch some shit in that laundry. Number two, it has my fucking cards from home. Number three, it's got my fish hooks.
In the realm of fish tank content, a peculiar trend emerged, the practice of dousing.
I see that the other man is also fat.
Yes, he is. They are both overweight. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
Each other in a plethora of liquids, ranging from beans to sodas, and virtually anything that can be sourced from the bathroom. However, this lighthearted trend took an unexpected turn when Chris found himself embroiled in a heated argument with a particularly sensitive contestant named Morrow. Their disagreement escalated swiftly, leading to a chaotic exchange of thrown liquids between them, triggering an intense reaction from both parties.
Don't know shit. That's all you got to say. Okay, well, don't yell. You don't need to fucking tears. Okay, well, don't fucking yell. Like, first, give it real.
In an effort to escalate tension even further, one of the viewers suggested a slap fight between the two titans. Morrow invited Chris to make the first move, and he did so with great sportsmanship, giving a firm but forgiving slap. The same could not be said for Morrow, who delivered a thunderous slap that reverberated throughout the entire house, and probably gave Chris CTE. The aftermath of this contest marks yet another episode of Fatty's emotional turmoil, culminating in a full-blown mental breakdown that echoed throughout the entire house. The spectacle of screaming and screeching laid bare the depths of Fatty's emotional distress, providing a poignant yet unsettling insight into the volatile dynamics of the fish tank environment and its unexpected outcomes. The chaos continues when, during day 33, Sam decides to arrange for a unique surprise for Chris. He ordered the services of a Black Lady of the Night. However, upon encountering Chris, the worker promptly refused to engage in any intimate activities with him, citing his less than pleasant odor and the bed smelling of feces as the reason.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just, I just felt like I smelled poop a little bit. I don't know why. Like, I feel like I smell poop. So I don't know if I could do it.
It's hard being rejected by a black queen because your bed smells like poop. In a desperate attempt to cope with the overwhelming emotions, Chris made a drastic decision to fully immerse himself in an erratic sequence of events. On the very night of the rejection, he allowed the other freeloaders to shave his head. This act marked the inception of his journey towards what could only be described as a midlife crisis dad aesthetic. The haircut he would receive cannot be described in words, and it only added to his continued lunacy.
Yeah, this is a demonic place.
That's crazy.
It's evil.
That's writing.
It's an evil house.
Yeah, full ass riding game.
Beyond these extraordinary incidents, the dynamics involving Chris on Fish Tank revealed more about his true nature. One of the contestants, Letty, was a central figure of intrigue for viewers, primarily because she's a woman, and that's about it. Chris, true to his form, attempted to embark on a love quest with her. Sam had seen that this love was brewing in Chris's heart, so he had a one-on-one with Letty in a room giving her advice on how to romance this charming fellow. What followed was a 10-minute discussion with Letty and Chris on the poop-stained bed, where Chris confessed his feelings for her and truly showed his emotional side. Unfortunately, Letty was not really into it and rejected Chris, tearing his heart in two.
I think you're really sweet and all, but I'm not trying to do anything.
Yo, okay, nah. Over, hello.
After getting his heart broken for a second time, Chris was on a warpath. His maiden-to-be was no longer available to him, and he was now fully enraged. Chris proceeded to vandalize Letty's room, using hot sauce to deface it and scattering her clothes in a chaotic frenzy, further dousing them in hot sauce as a means of expressing his fury. He then etched the word onto her room's walls, a gesture aimed at conveying his intense emotions.
Jesus.
This destructive behavior escalated when Letty confronted him over the desecration of her space. Seemingly unhinged, Chris retaliated by using a water gun to spray an unidentified liquid at her, an impulsive act triggered by Letty's remarks about his addiction to pornography after rejecting his advances.
You keep making jokes every single day. When we were taped together, you were talking about Pornhub and Brazilian fart non-stop.
Yeah, you mean for the fucking content?
Okay, so then why is what you do for the content, but what I do is just me being a bitch then?
Letty's anger towards Chris reached its pinnacle as she sought retribution for his actions. In a fit of fury, Letty seized a can of soup and unleashed its contents, drenching Chris in the gloopy, viscous substance. This act served as a catalyst, triggering yet another explosive reaction from Chris, where he started screaming at her and charged like a rampaging bull. He then spit all over her and called her names.
Thanks a lot, I got no clean clothes now.
I need to start taking gear. Sam Sulek in this video literally does nothing but machine quad extensions and machine ham curls. And then shows his legs and they're massive. How can this build huge legs?
He doesn't only do leg curls and hamstring curls. He does squats. That's just a particular training day of his. Where's the physique? Oh, there we go. Yeah, he doesn't only do leg curls and hamstring curls and shit. He does free weight squats, hack presses, leg presses, stuff like that. I think he is also genetically gifted, obviously, but he does more than just leg curls. Thanks for the donation, though, Adam. Appreciate it.
Now you know how I feel. Nice job playing.
You actually have fucking sweats and you don't.
Nice
You
job.
shouldn't.
Nice job playing with my pads.
I think even the Misfits would go all the postal on this show's crew. Even Big Lenny would be going postal.
Oh, dude, I don't think I could handle a show like this. It's so insanely toxic. There's no way I'd be able to do something like this. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
Another challenge would emerge when Jason Goldstriker, the show's host, and the crew decided to make the grossest thing in the house challenge. This had contestants going through the house looking for, you guessed it, the grossest thing they could possibly find in exchange for $1,000. Several of the items that contestants would submit were all related to Chris. Letty, for instance, picked Chris's shorts, the very ones he had urinated in, and dramatically presented them as the epitome of repulsiveness.
Chris's shorts.
Two hands, hates porn. If he ever made one.
Right here.
Chris's shorts that he pissed himself in.
Spread them out so they see the piston.
Similarly, Josie chose Chris's mattress, emphasizing its history as the site of both urination and defecation, painting it as the ultimate disgusting item within the house. In an unexpected turn, Chris decided to outdo everyone by conjuring a personalized item of repulsiveness right on the spot. While the other contestants paraded their chosen submissions, Chris took it upon himself to craft a repulsive masterpiece. He made a prompt visit to the bathroom, took a shit, and then utilized toilet paper for cleanup. Without a moment's hesitation, he stood up, walked over to the camera, and presented the soiled toilet paper along with a cup of his own liquid feces, describing it as the pinnacle of repulsiveness. However, Sam, the arbiter of the challenge, interjected, stating that the toilet paper and cup feces should be considered as separate items to qualify. Faced with this challenge, Chris, with a determination that seemed driven by desperation, used his bare hands to grab the fecal matter from the cup, presenting the excrement to the camera, thereby securing the coveted prize of $1,000. This act epitomized Chris's extreme desperation for money, showcasing his willingness to go to unfathomable.
Yeah, I would not be able to be there. That is just so fucking horrendous.
Lows to secure any form of financial gain. One of the timeless and widely circulated moments in fish tank lore revolves around the unforgettable incident when Fatty took a tumble down a flight of stairs. It wasn't your run-of-the-mill stumble. Rather, it was a sequence that unfolded almost like a scene from a movie, possessing a truly cinematic quality to it. Fatty began steadily ascending the stairs, then in an unforeseen instant, his footing seemed to falter. What followed was a split-second mishap that transformed into a comically spectacular tumble down the staircase, resembling a scene straight out of Looney Tunes. Chris stayed on Fish Tank till the very end. As the pool of contestants narrowed down to the final duo, consisting of Letty and Josie, Chris found himself embroiled in the pulse-pounding finale, contributing to the extensive array of challenges that defined the last leg of the competition. In these nail-biting last 4 days, Letty and Josie were confined to room 2, barred from exiting under penalty of elimination. Day in and day out, they resided within these confines, where sleep intertwined with a series of mini-challenges, all in the company of Chris and his newfound counterpart, Christian, also taking part in these activities. Among the myriad of challenges presented was the Roly-Poly Challenge, a contest that involved Chris and his clone, Christian, rolling around the floor, assuming the roles of obstacles for Letty and Josie. The objective? Letty and Josie had to deftly navigate the space, leaving over Chris and Christian as they maneuvered throughout the room. Any inadvertent contact with either Chris or Christian led to a deduction in points. The challenge was an intricate balance of agility and strategy, testing the contestants' quick thinking and nimbleness as they strived to outmaneuver the rolling hazards presented by Chris and his clone.
Go ahead, guys. Jumping.
Another challenge unfolded with Letty and Josie engaging in a creative showdown, tasked with painting designs on Chris and Christian. The objective was clear: to display artistic prowess through body art via Chris, with the most impressive artwork securing a valuable point for the creator. A subsequent challenge beckoned them to showcase the fish tank house in a manner reminiscent of MTV Cribs, aiming to provide a comprehensive tour of the disrepaired manner that the house was in. The contestant delivering the most engaging and captivating house tour would earn a coveted point. Ultimately, Josie's presentation emerged triumphant, notably due to the inclusion of Chris, sporting glasses and lounging casually on the infamous poop-covered couch. It was apparent that any involvement or support from Chris often proved instrumental in determining the victor of these challenges.
This show is disgusting. Is this an internet series?
Yes, it was called Fish Tank. I can't remember where it was streaming. It wasn't on YouTube or Twitch. But if you want to look it up, it's called Fish Tank. It's horrendous. Thanks for that donation, though, James.
Challenges.
Hey guys, what up? My name's Josie. This is my crib. Here, let me show you around. Come here. Oh my. This is my main buddy, Chris. Hey, yo, Chris, wake up. We got Chris. MTV Cribs. MTV Cribs. Oh, gosh. Are you gonna give him a handshake? Here, pat on his belly. It's how he likes it. Don't be scared to be rough. Anyways.
In the end, Josie would win the final challenges via mud fight, and Fatty would get to participate in the final goodbye from the show's producers to all the fans at home. It's also important to note that by participating in the Fish Tank reality show, Chris made several jabs at iDubbbz, and considering Sam Hyde and Ian's past collaboration and the subsequent fallout, he received a lot of fanfare from the audience.
Already first situation, like $2 million. So yeah, I'm not gonna talk about that, but
It's reasonable to assume that iDubbbz may have been disinterested in maintaining contact with Chris after these events. It was during this time that I had the opportunity to interview Harley from Epic Mealtime. In part of our conversation, I discussed the drama involving iDubbbz and Airsoft Fatty. Harley shared an interesting perspective which caught my attention. He suggested that iDubbbz may have assisted Chris by paying his rent just one day before Chris participated in the fish tank show.
I'm so shocked that he dissed iDubbbz. Like iDubbbz sent $800 to Fatty to pay for his rent, privately. And I just know this. He sent him $800 to pay for his rent, and I just saw Fatty on there dissing iDubbbz.
Considering that Harley has a direct connection to iDubbbz, it's unlikely that he fabricated this detail on a whim. If iDubbbz provided financial support for Chris right before the fish tank appearance, it adds yet another layer of ungratefulness that Fatty has shown for any kind of assistance he may receive. But regardless, this opportunity was a major milestone for Chris, as it offered a chance to showcase his brand to a wider audience. Appearing on Fish Tank had a considerable impact on his online presence. It exposed him to thousands of new viewers, wherein he could showcase his personality, both the positives and negatives. And during his stay on Fish Tank, the show's host promoted a GoFundMe campaign with the aim of securing a living space for him. At the time, Chris found himself without a stable place to reside and was homeless. The GoFundMe campaign turned out to be a resounding success, raising over $30,000 to support Chris in finding a suitable living arrangement. The purpose of this GoFundMe is to set Chris up with a home he can buy so he can be independent and start over fresh. Every single penny of the GoFundMe collected will go towards a permanent shelter for Chris, not towards fast food or anything of waste. This is for finding Chris a house. Update: after looking at many campers, trailers, and even some RVs, we decided that was not going to work. It was hard for him to move around in some of the bathrooms he couldn't even fit inside. He ended up buying a lofted barn, securing a lot, and building out his dream home out of a tiny home. It has everything he needs to survive and live comfortably. It's been a long process, but it's almost complete. We're about 85 to 90% done. Follow his YouTube channel for updates along the way. He's dubbed his home the Fatty Shack. Join along on the ride and tune in on YouTube for a step-by-step renovation. The construction of Fatty's shack stands as a remarkable feat, considering the sheer impossibility of him achieving it single-handedly within the constraints of his budget. Fatty somehow assembled a team of skilled workers who generously contributed their time and expertise without charging him for their services. Their participation came with a simple request. Fatty needed to chip in by offering assistance and covering the expenses for necessary supplies and tools. The arrangement was an extraordinary deal. Under different circumstances, these workers would have cost several thousands of dollars for their labor. The stroke of luck that landed such skilled craftsmen for this project was nothing short of miraculous, and a really nice turn for Fatty. Throughout the ongoing documentation of the shack's construction, Fatty's involvement was exactly what you would expect from him. In the video footage capturing the process, he was observed engaging in casual conversations, exhibiting his familiar, nonchalant demeanor, and lounging around. He pretty much just laid on the floor as the construction workers did all the work, but it's important to note that Fatty's considerable size and physical constraints make any sort of strenuous physical labor a big ask. Surprisingly, this miniature house has exceeded many people's expectations. Initially, there was a widespread expectation of a living situation akin to Fatty's previous house, a place with cat feces and mold. However, against all odds, the construction crew managed to pull off some sort of sorcery. It doesn't look so bad. The actual location has come into question recently, though. The land that Fatty's currently living on is essentially in the middle of the forest, and any kind of resources or maintenance the house may need is entirely his responsibility. This could be a major problem in the future if he doesn't do routine repairs, as the house could literally collapse in on itself. And with the track record that Fatty has when it comes to responsibility, it's no wonder why people are starting to worry a bit. Regrettably, at a point when there seemed to be a glimmer of hope for Chris, the situation took a nosedive into darker territory once again. In a live stream ominously titled Safety Stream, Fatty appeared visibly distressed, expressing deep-seated fears for his safety. However, he remained cryptic, never delving into the specifics of what was going on.
Not feeling super duper safe right now. Not feeling super safe right now, so I'm kind of just going live to make sure if something happens. He's witnessed.
Before the stream, Fatty had posted about how his YouTube channel was being stolen, further fueling the worries and speculation among his audience. The distressing nature led many to ponder the possibility that Fatty was in some real danger. Some speculated his remote location near Bangor, Maine, coupled with being completely off his prescribed medication, might have contributed to his state of mind. Others raised concerns that this distress could be linked to his recent management changes, indicating that perhaps his newly appointed managers might have caused or exacerbated the situation. The lack of clear explanation from Fatty left his audience in a state of unease, prompting a flurry of speculation and concern across various online platforms. Some speculation also surfaced concerning Chris's purported statements about his recent managers being involved in cultivating marijuana. Rumors circulating on Reddit suggest that these individuals may not be registered or licensed to engage in such activities. The allegations imply a potential legal quandary looming over Fatty, with ramifications down the road if these people are caught. But it's important to note that this information is not confirmed, and it all stems from the now defunct ASF subreddit, which faced a ban recently. Fatty's recent uploads on his channel seem to follow his usual style and themes. Lately, he's been on a quest to get involved in a boxing match, calling out a slew of personalities, including the likes of Keemstar and iDubbbz, in an attempt to step into the ring. Additionally, he's ventured into creating Shrek content as a tribute following the passing of the Smash Mouth singer. These Shrek-themed videos are truly something else, portraying Fatty fully adorned in green paint with what appears to be green pipe cleaners fashioned into sizable ears. The sheer absurdity of these Shrek-inspired clips is really something to behold. Alongside these Shrek videos, Fatty has revisited his older content style, resurrecting his Cooking with Fatty series while delivering a few music covers. It seems like he's employing a throw everything at the wall and see what sticks approach, seeking an opportunity to recapture the viral success he once experienced. There's also been some buzz about Fatty introducing a new cat into his life, sparking concern among quite
Oh dear God, no. Poor cat.
a few people. Considering the track record with the state of his previous residence, many are skeptical about Fatty being an ideal pet owner. There's a fear looming that his new house might eventually mirror his old one, scattered with cat feces. Recently, there's been even more drama swirling around Chris and his new manager. It seems that someone, possibly representing Chris or acting on his behalf, has been filing false takedown requests on content that uses Chris's material. One of the channels deeply invested in covering Chris's antics is Kiwi Tapes, regularly sharing a bunch of lolcow content on his channel. Kiwi Tapes has been delving into Chris's life for quite a while now, and it appears he reached a breaking point when they decided to start DMCAing his content, starting with a few streams that Kiwi Tapes had reacted to. This move is pretty offensive considering that fair use, a vital part of copyright law, is essentially what keeps the internet intact. It's the very thing that allows all your favorite content creators, including myself, to thrive. To abuse copyright privileges on YouTube is seen as a big no-no in the community. Kiwi Tapes released a video going over allegations that Chris's managers have a history of alleged offenses like domestic.
I hope he is eating healthier.
Well, I don't know. It's Airsoft Fatty, so probably not. Thanks for the donation though, James.
Battery, among other things. This revelation could explain the safety stream that Chris previously started.
When I got a look at the rap sheet that his manager/landlord has, it explains a lot. Domestic violence assault 2016, domestic violence battery 2011, battery touch or strike 2011.
Ain't no way. Apparently this is the guy.
Let me take a look. Both these niggas lost her to a herb. That guy looks like Izra Miller. This is the dude she's leaving Destiny for. I don't think I've seen anybody look more gay in my life. What the fuck? That... This can't be it. Like, this can't be it. Really? Like, does she have some sort of femboy domination fetish or something? That is baffling. Like, I can't understand that. I literally cannot understand that. Yeah, if that's the dude she's leaving Destiny over, holy fuck, there might be help for us all. Thanks for the donation though, Caleb.
Simple trespass 2011, third degree assault 2010, another domestic violence assault, date not specified, and another criminal charge that I'm assuming took place so long ago that it's been scrubbed from the record. This is the guy that I highly suspect struck my archive channel.
Additionally, there's leaked audio, albeit somewhat fuzzy, purportedly featuring Chris's managers discussing washing his money. Many have speculated this might relate to the nearly $30,000 raised via Chris's GoFundMe, insinuating that the managers might be involved in illicitly handling or extorting these funds.
Okay. I mean, I know how to take care of that. Just know that's very easy.
So that ain't right, because I should have the freedom to have a friend.
Your friend? People over, and the only reason you're even working with him, and I told you this, is because you wanted to wash your cash.
But keep in mind, none of this has been confirmed. This is literally all speculation for now. There's been talk about Fatty spending more time with Sam in a recent stream hosted on the Sam and Nick's Perfect Clips channel, simply chilling for an hour or two while engaging in conversation. Some pretty funny pictures were also released where Chris gets to be inside of Sam's Porsche. It's interesting to note that Fatty has previously expressed his desire to be a part of Fish Tank Season 2. If that materializes, it will almost certainly bring some truly wild and memorable moments given Chris's performance from Season 1. One of the most striking aspects of Chris's YouTube career is that he achieved a level of success by simply being himself. His authenticity and unique personality attracted an audience that appreciated him being genuine and unfiltered. He didn't need to put on a facade or have some goofy haircut. He just connected with viewers by sharing his everyday life and experiences. The problem being that he doesn't adhere to an upload schedule, his work ethic is genuinely terrible, and on top of that, despite the various problems he's had with his managers, if he's to truly succeed as a content creator and as a person, it seems he may need to have a caretaker of some form at all times. Whatever happens with Airsoft Fatty, I'm sure we'll all be watching. I'm Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
That is a very odd character. Alright, I think it's about that time to play video games.